For decades, the most powerful cartels in the world survived by being unseen. They ruled through whispers, through patience, through shadows so quiet that most of the world never knew they were there. But then something changed. A new kind of cartel emerged. One that did not hide. One that did not wait. One that did not rule by silence. It ruled by display. Convoys filmed in daylight. Threats delivered on camera. Power announced before it was even confirmed. This was not the underworld anymore. This was the underworld stepping into the open. Tonight, we begin the story of the organization that transformed cartel power from something hidden into something impossible to ignore. The rise of the cartel Jalisco New Generation. To the public, it became known as the most aggressive criminal force in the modern era. To its enemies, it became something far more unsettling. Not just a cartel, but a message, a warning that the age of quiet criminal empires was ending, and that a louder, faster, more violent era had begun. At the center of this transformation stood a man who did not seek fame, yet became one of the most feared figures in the criminal world. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. His rise was not a moment. It was a slow accumulation of discipline, patience, and controlled aggression. And when his organization finally revealed itself to the world, it did not arrive as a rumor. It arrived as a shockwave. Tonight, we will trace how a cartel born from fragmentation learned to weaponize visibility itself, how it turned fear into a broadcast, and how it became the new face of cartel power in the modern world. Before we begin, leave a comment and tell me what country you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now settle in, let the noise of the day fade, and follow me into the rise of the loudest cartel the world has ever seen. Chapter 1. Before the storm, the making of a new kind of cartel. Long before the world learned to recognize its name, long before its convoys filled the streets and its threats traveled through screens, the forces that would one day form the cartel Jalisco New Generation were taking shape quietly inside a land that had always lived between order and chaos. The state of Jalisco had never been simple territory. It was a corridor, a bridge between mountains and ports, between inland routes and ocean pathways leading west across the Pacific. For generations, criminal power moved through this region carefully, not with noise, not with spectacle, with arrangements, agreements made in back rooms, routes handed down through trust, violence used only when negotiation failed. The old cartels understood something the modern ones would later forget. Silence protected profit, but silence depends on balance, and balance never lasts forever. The collapse began without warning. Not with an invasion, not with a declaration. It began with erosion, leadership disputes inside, aging organizations, territorial agreements stretched thin, local corruption growing unpredictable rather than reliable, small fractures multiplied. And in the spaces between those fractures, a new generation began to move. They were not raised in the era of patience. They were raised in instability. Former soldiers, displaced enforcers, young men who learned strategy before they learned loyalty. They had no reverence for the old ways. They did not want to inherit the system. They wanted to replace it. Among those moving quietly through this early chaos was a man the world would one day come to know as Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. This stage, his name carried no legend, no reputation that echoed beyond a few circles, no mythology attached to it. He was not a symbol, he was an operator. A man shaped by structure, by obedience, by discipline learned through rigid environments where mistakes carried immediate consequences. He understood chains of command. He understood how authority moves downward and how information moves upward. Most importantly, he understood how to wait. The earliest formation of what would later become the CJNG did not begin as a cartel. It began as an enforcement wing, a contracted force. Men hired by older criminal organizations to apply pressure, protect shipments, and eliminate competition when negotiations collapsed. It first. They were not owners. They were tools. But tools learn the cost of violence faster than those who order it, and once tools understand cost, they begin calculating value. This is the most dangerous transformation in organized crime. The moment when the people who enforce power realize they are powerful enough to claim it. The shift from protection to possession rarely announces itself. It happens between jobs, between payments, between orders that begin to feel unnecessary. The questions grow quietly. Why protect routes instead of owning them? Why take command instead of instructions? Why remain invisible when fear itself can become? Leverage.as older organizations weakened across western Mexico, territorial discipline collapsed, routes grew contested, loyalties blurred, local enforcement fractured into unpredictable fragments. This was not yet a war, it was an opening. And openings always attract those who were waiting. The group forming beneath Oseguera did not move recklessly. They observed. They mapped weaknesses. They studied how the older organizations solved problems, and where they failed, they noticed that silence no longer guaranteed safety. They noticed that negotiation was losing its authority. They noticed that the world itself was changing, cameras spreading everywhere, phones turning everyone into a witness, the internet turning every act into a message, and they realized something unsettling, that fear no longer needed to whisper. Fear could broadcast. This realization would eventually become the cartel's defining philosophy. But at the beginning, it was only an instinct, a suspicion, that visibility itself could become a weapon. As they expanded quietly through Jalisco and neighboring regions, their behavior already began to deviate from tradition. Their convoys were larger, their responses faster, their escalation more direct, not chaotic, deliberate. They were testing a new language of dominance. Point 1 written not in secrecy, but in controlled display. Older cartels watched this development with unease. They understood the danger immediately. A loud organization attracts state power, attracts rivals, attracts instability. And instability breaks every hidden agreement that keeps an underworld profitable. But they were no longer positioned to stop it. The structure that once preserved silence was already deteriorating. The men being recruited into this new force were not shaped by tradition. They were shaped by collapse. They were not inheriting a stable underworld. They were inheriting a battlefield of fragments. And in fragmented worlds, volume often feels more powerful than patience. This is how the storm began to form, not through conquest, not through ideology, but through the gradual replacement of an old philosophy with a new one. From silence to spectacle, from negotiation to intimidation, from hidden power to announced dominance. By the time the name Cartel Jalisco New Generation would finally reach the world, its foundation had already hardened. Disciplined up military-style structure, absolute loyalty, aggression without apology, but most importantly, a belief that in the modern world, power must be seen to be believed. The quiet era was ending, and the loudest cartel of the future was already breathing beneath the surface. As the old agreements collapsed and the hidden order of Western Mexico began to fracture, something new replaced tradition. Not immediately at first. It felt like coincidence that an ambush here, that a sudden disappearance there, that a disputed route that never returned to the hands that once controlled it. From the outside, these seemed like isolated incidents. From the inside, they were connected by design. The early structure of this forming organization did not resemble the loose networks of the past. It was vertical. Decisions moved downward with speed. Information moved upward without debate. Failure was not negotiated. It was removed. This created a level of internal discipline that older cartels had not maintained in years. Their systems had grown distracted by profit, divided by legacy leadership, slowed by political arrangements that no longer held firm. The new force had none of those delays, only momentum. What separated this group from earlier enforcer factions was not brutality alone. It was consistency. Escalation followed predictable patterns. Responses arrived swiftly and without ambiguity. Warnings were not repeated. This created a psychological pressure that did not rely on massive public violence. It relied on the certainty that refusal had a price, and that the price would always be paid fully. By this stage, their movement throughout western Mexico was no longer random. They were consolidating. Not territory yet. Corridors, connective routes between ports, highways, storage sites, and distribution points that older organizations had once shared cooperatively. The new group did not share. It absorbed. Small organizations faced a choice: align quietly. Or vanish quietly. Many chose alignment, not out of loyalty, out of mathematics. The balance of power was shifting too fast to ignore it. The center of this consolidation stood a leadership style that rejected the public myth of chaos often associated with cartels. Inside this group, Records were kept, schedules were enforced, chain of custody mattered, hierarchy mattered. This was not a street gang that grew into a cartel. It was an organization engineered to scale from the beginning. The men inside it did not speak of legacy yet. They spoke of efficiency, which routes were fastest, which ports moved with the least interference, which enforcement zones were fractured enough to pass through repeatedly. Everything became data. Even feared the same time. The old cartel struggled with a new problem. They were still designed for secrecy in a world that was becoming obsessed with visibility. Phones in every hand, cameras on every street, platforms built to amplify whatever shocked the fastest. Their language of whispered control was losing relevance. The new organization understood that language perfectly and chose not to use it. This marked a subtle but permanent break with the past. Power no longer needed to hide entirely. Power began to perform, not recklessly, selectively. A convoy filmed once spread further than 10 convoys that passed unseen. A recorded threat traveled faster than 100 private warnings. Silence was no longer the default shield. Attention was the new terrain. As the group consolidated its early corridors, its adversaries misunderstood its purpose. They believed it was simply another ambitious faction rising within the endless cycle of cartel succession. They were wrong. This organization was not trying to replace one throne. It was trying to change the shape of the throne itself. Older leadership believed that loud behavior invited collapse. They were correct under the rules of the old world. But the rules of the world itself were shifting. Global connectivity changed the meaning of fear. Visibility changed the meaning of intimidation. Everything now traveled instantly, including warnings, including propaganda, including power. Local enforcement units felt the shift next, not through direct confrontation at first, but through pressure. Inspection schedules changed. Routes became unreliable. Officers who cooperated with old cartels found themselves isolated, not threatened, ignored, their usefulness quietly removed, their protection quietly withdrawn. This created a new fear among corruption networks, the fear of becoming irrelevant. Within a short span of time, fragments of territory across western Mexico began reorganizing, not because of grand battles, but because supply chains were being silently redirected around those who refused alignment. Business moved without them, which, in this world, was worse than violence. What made this rise so unsettling was how little emotion accompanied it. There were no speeches, no public declarations, no announcements of arrival. Only absence where resistance had once existed, absence where competition had once operated. This was not a conquest designed to be remembered. It was a takeover designed to be felt as inevitability. Inside the organization itself, the philosophy hardened. Strength was to be demonstrated only when it served expansion. Visibility was to be used sparingly, but decisively. The goal was not chaos. The goal was psychological weight, to make opposition feel already defeated before confrontation ever arrived. By the time national authorities began noticing sharp changes in regional crime patterns, the foundation had already been laid, not as a cartel in the traditional sense, but as a framework for open confrontation in the digital age. The storm had not yet broken, but the pressure system was already fully formed beneath the surface. By the time regional authorities began to sense that something new was forming in western Mexico, the organization no longer resembled an experiment. It resembled a system, not yet famous, not yet openly feared, but already structured in a way that separated it from the fragments around it. What made this formation dangerous was not just its discipline. It was its unity of purpose. Every man inside it believed he belonged to something that was not temporary, not a temporary alliance, not a temporary contract, not a temporary surge of violence. Something designed to last. The center of this structure, leadership did not rule through chaos. It ruled through clarity. Orders were simple. Chains of command were visible. Consequences were consistent. This is how loyalty begins to feel less like fear and more like gravity. Men were not drawn only by money. They were drawn by certainty, certainty of position, certainty of command, certainty that this organization would not dissolve the way so many others had before it. The man guiding this early architecture, Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes, did not shape his authority through charisma or legend, he shaped it through absence of contradiction. Orders did not conflict. Strategy did not shift impulsively. Punishment did not waver. In environments where betrayal had become routine, consistency felt revolutionary. And consistency builds faith. The group expanded further across Jalisco and into surrounding regions. Something strangest of all began to happen. Resistance did not rise immediately. Instead, hesitation spread. Smaller groups watched. Local traffickers stalled. Mid-level operators delayed decisions. N01 wanted to be the first to openly test the new force. Not because it was proven unstoppable, but because it responded so cleanly when tested at all. This delay in resistance allowed the organization to grow without attracting the kind of early attention that usually invites overwhelming pressure. It expanded in a quiet curve, not upward in spectacle, outward in reach. By this stage, the group had not yet adopted the name that would later echo across the world, but its identity was already solidifying. Not as a typical cartel, as a military-style criminal order. Its members did not see themselves as traffickers alone. They saw themselves as enforcers of a new era where visibility would be used not as recklessness, but as leverage. The old cartels were still operating by older rules. They believed alliances could still stabilize the market. They believed negotiations could still reset conflict. They believed power must remain mostly hidden to remain sustainable. All of those beliefs were becoming outdated, and they did not realize it yet. The next transformation came not from internal betrayal, but from external pressure. As federal attention sharpened across Mexico, old systems of protection collapsed in unpredictable ways. Some politicians shifted loyalties, some enforcement units were dismantled, some regions lost the quiet arrangements that had once moderated violence. The older cartels. This was destabilizing. The new organization. This was opportunity. They were not invested in maintaining the old equilibrium. They were built to replace it. This is where the future truly separated from the past. Instead of adapting to shifting pressure, the organization began absorbing pressure into its design. It no longer aimed to avoid attention entirely. It aimed to survive. Endure it publicly. Reshape it. Violence now served a new role, not just punishment, not just deterrence, but messaging. Every conflict contained a signal. Every response was crafted to be understood beyond the local level. Fear was no longer only a private experience. It was becoming performative. And yet, inside the organization, emotion remained tightly controlled. Impulses were restrained. Escalation required authorization. Recklessness was corrected swiftly. This balance between visible intimidation and internal discipline gave the group a unique profile. It appeared chaotic from the outside. It was rigid on the inside. By the end of this early formation phase, the organization had achieved something almost no new cartel ever achieves. It had replaced hesitation with expectation. Across multiple regions, people no longer asked whether it would arrive. They began asking when. This is the moment where inevitability replaces surprise. And inevitability is the foundation of dominance. Only now, with its internal structure hardened and its corridors functioning reliably, did the group prepare to claim its identity publicly. A name, a symbol, an announcement not made through words, but through action loud enough that denial would become impossible. The world would soon come to know it as the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generation. The new generation was not a metaphor. It was a declaration that the era of quiet criminal empires was ending, and that a louder, more visible order was about to take its place. The storm had not yet broken, but the sky above western Mexico had already changed color. Chapter 2. The First Public War, when silence finally shattered. The moment the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generation began announcing itself to the world, the old order understood that the rules had changed, not because violence was new. Violence had always existed, but because the purpose of violence had shifted. For decades, violence had been used as correction. A warning sent quietly. A dispute resolved efficiently. A message delivered only to those who needed to hear it. Now violence was becoming communication, not private, public. The first public signals did not arrive all at once. They arrived in fragments that a convoy filmed in broad daylight that a heavily armed group standing openly on a highway that a recording passed from phone to phone faster than any official response could follow. To the people watching, this felt unreal. Criminal power had always lived in the background. Now it was walking into the foreground without hesitation. The message was not ideological. It was structural. We are here, and we are not hiding. For the older cartels, this was deeply destabilizing. Their survival had always depended on containment of attention. Attention brought pressure. Pressure brought disruption. Disruption brought loss. But the new organization did not seem to fear disruption. It appeared to feed on it. What followed was not immediate open warfare. It was something subtler. Displacement. Routes stopped passing through the same hands. Protection networks lost their reliability. Local cells that once answered to older leadership found themselves isolated. No attack was announced, yet positions began to change. This created panic inside mid-level crews, not fear of death. Fear of being cut off. In this world, isolation is worse than violence. Then came the moment that shattered any illusion that this rise could still be managed quietly. In regions across western Mexico, small but symbolic attacks began erasing the boundaries that once kept cartel conflicts contained. Bodies were left where they would be seen. Convoys moved where they would be recorded. Threats were no longer indirect. They were explicit, and they were meant for an audience far larger than the underworld. As the pressure escalated, the name of the group began circulating more widely. Not in whispers anymore. In broadcasts. In warnings passed between police units. In emergency briefings. In foreign intelligence assessments. The new generation was no longer a theory. It was now a destabilizing force. For local communities, the emotional impact was immediate. Under the old order, danger had rhythm. People learned when to stay inside, when routes were safe, when movement would draw unwanted attention. Under this new order, danger no longer followed a predictable pattern. It arrived publicly, suddenly, and without apology. Behind this escalation stood a strategy that was deeply calculated. Not reckless, calculated. The early leadership understood that in the digital age, power multiplies when fear travels without friction. A warning that once reached 10 people through whispers could now reach millions through a screen. This changed the mathematics of intimidation forever. At the center of this shift stood Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. He did not appear in these early broadcasts. He did not stand before cameras. He remained removed from spectacle. But every movement of the organization reflected a single underlying principle: that control must now operate on two levels at once. Physical dominance on the ground, psychological dominance through visibility. As this first public war unfolded, the CJNG did not immediately attempt to overthrow every rival at once. It selected pressure points, key corridors, strategic junctions, regions where old protection networks had already weakened. Instead of confronting entire empires, it began peeling away their foundations. What made this phase especially dangerous was how quickly it unfolded. Older cartel conflicts often stretched across years with slow cycles of retaliation and negotiation. This conflict moved in months, sometimes in weeks. Decisions were not delayed for consensus. They were executed through command. Local enforcement found itself unprepared for this style of conflict. Conventional response patterns failed. Announcements failed. Deterrence failed. Because the organization was not responding to deterrence. It was using confrontation as a recruitment tool. Every public clash sent a signal to the most dangerous demographic in the region. Men who wanted certainty. Men who wanted power quickly. Men who wanted to belong to something that was winning visibly. As casualties mounted and visibility increased, something critical shifted inside the criminal ecosystem. Fear began migrating, not away from the CJNG, toward it. Fear of being targeted, fear of lagging behind, fear of choosing the wrong side. This is the moment when public conflict became more than violence. It became sorting. Territories sorted themselves. Operators sorted loyalties. Communities sorted risk instinctively, not because they understood the full structure, but because they could see who was moving faster. What few understood at the time was that this first open war was not designed to wipe out every enemy. It was designed to accomplish something far more powerful. TO announced that the rules of the underworld had been rewritten. and that the old language of secrecy would no longer guarantee survival. By the end of this first phase, silence had already lost its authority. Negotiation had already weakened, and the underworld had begun reorganizing itself around a new center of gravity. Point one that did not hide from attention. Point one that seemed to draw strength from it. As the first phase of public confrontation unfolded, the conflict did not move like a traditional war. There were no clear front lines, no official declarations, no stable boundaries. Instead, the landscape began to change through pressure migration. Where one region flared with sudden violence, another fell strangely quiet. Where one corridor collapsed, two new ones appeared elsewhere. Where one rival fell back, another stepped forward to test the new order. The war did not expand outward in a circle. It spread in patterns. This is the nature of modern criminal conflict. It is not about holding territory in the old sense. It is about holding movement. Roads, ports, airstrips, storage zones, highways that vanish into remote terrain and reappear across invisible borders. Each corridor is more valuable than the land around it, because land does not move product. Corridors do. As pressure increased, older organizations miscalculated the source of their vulnerability. They assumed the danger came from aggression, from open confrontation, from visible provocation that would draw overwhelming state response. What they misunderstood was that the danger came from speed of adaptation. By the time they attempted countermeasures, the structure facing them had already shifted shape again. The CJNG did not fight as a single mass. It fragmented deliberately into mobile units that could operate independently without losing coordination. This allowed it to appear everywhere at once, while never fully committing to one place long enough to be pinned down. From the outside, this looked like chaos. From the inside, it was choreography. Local law enforcement found itself responding to echoes rather than events. By the time a response arrived in one location, activity had already shifted elsewhere. This created exhaustion, and exhaustion erodes certainty. When certainty erodes, corruption grows more erratic. Some officers defected quietly, some resisted openly, some simply withdrew into inaction. Each response widened the gaps the organization could pass through. As casualties and confrontations increased, the emotional geography of the region began to mutate. Under the old systems, fear had been compartmentalized. You feared certain roads, certain nights, certain wrong decisions. Now fear became ambient. It floated. It did not attach cleanly to a single threat. One knew which direction the next wave would come from. This ambiguity multiplied anxiety far faster than predictable brutality ever could. What made this early phase particularly destabilizing was that neither side could fully control escalation. Rivals struck back not just out of strategy, but out of panic. And panic produces violence that lacks structure, which in turn invites more visible retaliation. And more visible retaliation invites more attention. The spiral accelerated. Within this rising noise, recruitment surged. Not because the CJNG offered stability, but because it offered momentum. Many young men interpreted speed as inevitability. They believed joining the fastest rising force meant escaping the uncertainty of standing alone in a collapsing underworld. Momentum felt like safety, until it didn't. As the clashes intensified, another subtle shift occurred inside national institutions. Attention migrated upward. Federal agencies became more involved. Military units began rotating through regions once handled quietly by local enforcement. This introduced a new variable into the conflict: compression. More forces in tighter spaces, more intelligence gathering layered onto surveillance that was already unstable. For many older organizations, this marked the first moment where survival began to feel conditional. They could no longer hide behind the familiar rhythm of negotiation and bribery. The battlefield had grown too public, too erratic, too fast, and speed is the enemy of managed corruption. Meanwhile, the CJNG's internal structure continued to harden under pressure. Losses were absorbed without open fragmentation. Leadership roles were rebalanced rapidly. Cells that failed were replaced rather than rescued. This created something rarely seen in cartel conflicts: continuity under fire. Another defining feature of this stage was psychological inversion. Traditionally, state pressure increased fear inside criminal organizations. During this phase, state pressure increased fear among civilians, but also increased prestige among those within the rising cartel. Visibility became proof of impact. Every headline became a badge. Every operation became a demonstration. This distorted the value system of power itself. The war no longer belonged solely to guns and routes that it now belonged to narrative, who appeared dominant, who appeared advancing, who appeared relentless. Even temporary victories took on permanent emotional weight when captured by cameras and screens. Rival groups attempted to answer this narrative pressure with escalating display, but display without structure only accelerates collapse. Many smaller factions burned brightly and vanished within months. From the outside, this looked like chaos. Internally, it was consolidation in disguise. The field was being cleared. For communities caught between these competing forces, daily life became a sequence of adaptations. Market routes changed overnight. Travel times shifted unpredictably. Silence returned in strange pockets and vanished without warning. People learned again what the old world had tried to forget, that safety in criminal landscapes is never permanent, that it is only negotiated temporarily. By the midpoint of this first public war, something irreversible had already occurred. The old idea of hidden criminal order had been broken. Even if older organizations survived structurally, they could never return to invisibility in the same way. The rules governing attention had permanently shifted. This war had not yet crowned a singular victor, but it had already transformed the logic of dominance. Power would no longer be defined only by control of routes. It would be defined by control of perception. And perception, once captured, reshapes the battlefield before a single movement ever takes place again. By the time the first year of open conflict began to fade into the next, the underworld of Western Mexico no longer resembled anything that had existed before. The old balance was gone, not defeated in a single battle, not erased by one decision. It had simply collapsed under sustained pressure. What replaced it was not stability. It was selection. Many of the smaller groups that had once survived quietly under the protection of larger organizations simply vanished. Some dissolved into larger structures. Some were absorbed completely. Some were erased without leaving a public trace. The criminal ecosystem did not become safer. It became leaner. Fewer actors, more concentrated power, less room to hide behind neutrality. The first public war had accomplished something far more important than territorial expansion. That it had redesigned loyalty. Before this era, loyalty was inherited through family ties, through long alliances, through protection passed down across generations. Now loyalty was becoming transactional and immediate. Who moved fastest? Who paid most reliably? Who responded without hesitation? Tradition lost its authority. Momentum replaced it. Inside the cartel Jalisco New Generation, this period locked in its identity for the future. It was no longer an experiment. It was no longer a rising contender. It was now a recognized force, feared not only for its violence, but for its willingness to remain visible while exercising it. This changed how every rival would approach conflict from that moment forward. National institutions also crossed a point of no return. What had once been treated as fragmented regional unrest became classified as a coordinated national security crisis. Military deployments increased, federal task forces expanded, international intelligence interests sharpened. The conflict had outgrown the category of ordinary organized crime. It had become a strategic problem. Yet what confused many authorities was that the most visible organization was not behaving like the most reckless one. Despite its public image, the CJNG did not chase chaos endlessly. It surged, then consolidated, then waited. Visibility did not mean disorder inside. It meant controlled exposure. The emotional center of this transformation stood a new psychological reality for every group operating in the region. No one could remain invisible forever anymore. Not civilians, not police, not cartels. Everyone who moved did so under the weight of constant potential recording. Every action could become narrative. Every mistake could be permanent. This alone changed how power behaved. For civilians, this marked the beginning of a new kind of feared, no longer hidden and rumored, no longer distant in implication. Fear now arrived through screens before it arrived through sound. People would learn of danger before they ever saw it, which meant anxiety often traveled faster than violence itself for younger recruits. The meaning of power transformed completely. They no longer admired patience. They admired presence. They no longer studied long, quiet careers in crime. They studied viral power. The idea of becoming unseen for decades lost its appeal. The idea of being known instantly became intoxicating. This would shape the future far more dangerously than anyone realized at the time. Inside the organization, however, leadership remained anchored to discipline. Spectacle was permitted, but only when it served expansion. Unchecked brutality was corrected. Disobedience was removed. Internal chaos was never allowed to resemble the chaos outside. This strict internal control is what prevented the early visibility of the group from turning into self-destruction. By the end of this first public war, the map of western Mexico had been permanently altered. Some corridors were closed forever. Some were reborn under new control. Some shifted direction entirely. But the greater change was not geographic, it was conceptual. From that point forward, the underworld would never again belong entirely to silence. Even those who still preferred to move quietly would now do so under the shadow of those who moved loudly. The environment itself had changed, and environments reshape everything inside them. The CJNG had not yet reached its peak, not even close. But it had already achieved its most important victory. It had redefined the language of cartel power. From this point on, dominance would no longer be measured only by what could be hidden. It would be measured by what could be displayed without consequence. The zone of invisibility had shrunk. The space of spectacle had widened. And the world, still trying to understand what it was witnessing, had not yet realized that this was only the opening act of a far larger transformation. The storm that had begun as fracture had become a system, and the system was now moving outward. Chapter 3. The Rise of El Mencho, the Making of a Public Enemy. Long before the world began calling him one of the most powerful cartel leaders alive, Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes lived a life that did not resemble destiny. There were no early signs of empire, no inherited throne, no public legacy waiting to be claimed. Only movement. Quiet movement through unstable environments where survival depended on adaptation more than ambition. His earliest years unfolded far from the global attention that would one day follow his name. Born into a rural world shaped by migration, labor, and limited opportunity, his early surroundings taught him something more important than ideology. They taught him mobility. People left, people returned, people disappeared. Life did not follow straight lines. It bent around necessity. Like many from his region, he crossed north in search of work long before power ever became possible. In the foreign landscape of the United States, survival again depended on discipline. On blending and on learning systems quietly. On operating inside rules he did not create. This period did not make him famous, but it shaped something far more durable: patience. When he returned to Mexico, the criminal world he re-entered was already changing. Old structures were weakening. New rivalries were forming. Territories were becoming unstable rather than inherited. This environment did not reward tradition. It rewarded adaptability. At some stage during these years, Oseguera's life intersected with enforcement rather than evasion. That he served within law enforcement structures before fully entering organized crime. This detail is not incidental. It is foundational. Because no experience teaches weakness in systems faster than enforcing them from within. He learned how patrols moved, how inspections were scheduled, how authority communicated internally, where pressure points existed, where oversight weakened. This kind of knowledge does not fade. It compounds. When he eventually entered the underworld fully, he did not arrive as a reckless newcomer. He arrived as someone who understood process of surveillance, process of corruption, process of response. He did not need to guess how institutions would react. He had already lived inside their rhythm. During the early years of the rising CJNG structure, Oseguera did not immediately appear as the visible head. At first, he was a quiet coordinator, a problem solver, a logistics mediator, a stabilizer between volatile operations. Others spoke more loudly. Others took more visible roles. But stability is not built by noise. It is built by consistency. As the first public war intensified, Leadership began reorganizing not around reputation, but around reliability. Who could move resources without disruption? Who could resolve conflict without improvisation? Who could maintain discipline as pressure escalated? Over time, attention drifted toward Oseguera not because he demanded it, but because everything functioning smoothly began passing through his decisions. This is how true authority often forms, not through charisma. Through absence of crisis, AS rivals attempted to destabilize the CJNG through aggressive confrontation. The internal structure under Oseguera's influence hardened further. Escalation was measured. Retaliation was delayed when delay served advantage. Visibility was controlled rather than impulsive. This created an unsettling contrast. From the outside, the organization appeared explosive. From the inside, it was becoming methodical. It was during this phase that the name Mencho began circulating quietly, not through songs, not through headlines, through whispers inside corridors where decisions were actually made. The man who solved problems, the man who recalibrated pressure, the man who reshaped chaos into alignment. As the CJNG extended into new regions, the organization faced unfamiliar stress, not territorial conflict, governance conflict. How to manage communities now living under visible dominance. How to balance intimidation with longevity. How to operate publicly without collapsing under federal focus. These were not tactical questions. They were strategic ones, and strategy increasingly flowed upward toward one figure. What separated Oseguera from many rising leaders was not fearlessness. It was risk literacy. He did not seek violence for its own sake. He treated violence as a resource that finite, costly, to be spent where it multiplied advantage rather than simply expressed rage. As the conflict evolved, rivals began miscalculating his style. They believed the CJNG was loud because it lacked restraint. They believed it was reckless because it was visible. They failed to understand that visibility was being curated rather than abandoned to impulse. The more pressure intensified, the more Oseguera withdrew from public presence. He did not appear in broadcasts, did not issue recorded proclamations, did not cultivate personal mythology. Instead, he allowed the organization itself to serve as his signature. Visibility without personal exposure, power without identifiable silhouette. This restraint confused both rivals and authorities. Many expected the rising leader to reveal himself, to take center stage, to embody the spectacle, but that moment never arrived, because he understood something older than the digital age, that showing your hand too clearly invites compression, and compression eventually closes all movement. That be why the end of this phase. Something subtle had occurred within the CJNG. The organization no longer functioned as an alliance of ambitious operators. It functioned as an apparatus orbiting a stabilizing center, not loudly acknowledged, but structurally real. The man at that center was no longer invisible, but he was not yet declared. The world would soon give him a title, but before the title came, he had already become indispensable. As the organization expanded outward from its original stronghold, the pressure surrounding its leadership intensified in ways that could no longer be managed by structure alone. Visibility had consequences. The louder the cartel Jalisco New Generation became, the tighter the world began to feel. Federal units increased their presence. Intelligence sharing between agencies sharpened. International observers began mapping its growth as something more than a regional anomaly. This was no longer a local crisis. It was becoming a matter of national gravity. Inside this tightening environment, the internal philosophy of leadership shifted again. The early days of expansion had been driven by opportunity. Now survival demanded control under compression. Strategic patience became more valuable than speed. Information discipline became more valuable than force. Compartmentalization became more valuable than loyalty. This marked the transition from a rising organization into a mature criminal system under siege. While public attention focused on visible clashes and viral intimidation, something quieter unfolded beneath the surface. Reorganization. Cells were subdivided. Financial channels were split. Logistics were rerouted through multiple redundant layers. The CJNG began behaving like an organism preparing for long-term pressure rather than short-term dominance. The center of these Design changes remained the figure now increasingly known as Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes, T.O. the outside world. His name still carried shadows rather than clarity, T.O. the inside world. It carried finality. Orders did not travel downward without passing through his approval. Strategic pivots did not occur without his calculation. Violence did not scale without his consent. This did not make him visible, that it made him central. Centrality without spectacle is one of the rarest and most dangerous forms of authority, because it cannot be confronted directly. Only indirectly. That as media attention continued escalating around the CJNG, something important did not happen. That no personal propaganda appeared, no public identity campaign surrounded the leader, no attempt was made to humanize or mythologize him openly. This absence of theatrical self-promotion confused competitors. Many believed true power must always seek recognition. Oseguera understood the opposite, that recognition compresses freedom, while his organization was redefining visibility. He himself practiced strategic invisibility, moving rarely, appearing unpredictably, communicating through filtered layers of command. This made locating him a moving problem without a fixed center, and moving problems exhaust those who pursue them. The internal response to this design was disciplined rather than emotional. Members were taught not to attach identity to the leader publicly. To no portraits, no slogans, no symbols tied to a single figure. The cartel itself was the identity. The leader was the function. This separation between symbol and operator would later prove crucial for survival. As clashes with rival organizations intensified in distant regions, the CJNG did not stretch itself thin all at once. That it expanded in staggered pulses. Advance, stabilize, consolidate, advance again. Each pulse tested the environment before deeper enlargement followed. This prevented the kind of overextension that had destroyed earlier empires. Externally, the escalation created the perception of relentless advance. Internally, it felt like controlled calibration. This duality, chaos outside, discipline inside, became the organization's defining paradox. Authorities responded through increased militarization, surveillance, and coordinated task forces. Yet what frustrated many was not lack of pressure. It was lack of clarity. The CJNG did not present clean hierarchies. Arrests did not create visible collapse. Operations did not reveal singular command centers. When pressure was applied in one region, operational fluidity simply relocated activity elsewhere. This produced the sensation of striking water. Visible impact. No containment. As intelligence reports began referring to Oseguera directly with elevated threat classifications. His transformation from unknown operator to designated public enemy accelerated, not because he sought it, because the system could no longer ignore his gravitational pull on the structured. He had become the constant variable beneath. Shifting chaos. The designation of public enemy carries psychological weight even when no face is attached to it. It marks a transition from threat to symbol, from target to obsession, from actor to narrative. This shift does not immediately clarify conflict. It often deepens it, because symbols are harder to capture than men. For his rivals, this created a new dilemma. Attacking the CJNG no longer felt like a regional struggle. It felt like a challenge to an emerging national architecture of power. Some withdrew, some aligned, some escalated recklessly in defiance. Each response fed instability differently. For communities under expanding influence, the emotional atmosphere grew heavier. People learned to live beneath overlapping dominances. Old loyalties no longer guaranteed protection. New ones promised speed, but not permanence. Life became measured by what was visible today rather than what was stable tomorrow. Through all of this, Oseguera remained unseen, not absent. Unseen, his authority expressed itself not through appearances, but through outcomes. Routes shifting precisely, pressure redistributing accurately, conflicts ending abruptly without explanation. This phase of the CJNG's growth did not resemble triumph. It resembled containment of chaos in a centralized design. And centralized design is what allows power to survive under constant attack. That be why the end of this segment of his rise. Oseguera no longer stood merely as a coordinator within an organization. He had become the architect of its endurance, not the face. not the voice, the structure. The world had begun searching for him, but it had not yet learned how to recognize the kind of power that moves without being seen. By the time the pressure surrounding the cartel Jalisco New Generation reached its first true peak, the world began speaking the name that had once moved only through whispers. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. Not as a rumor anymore. Not as a coordinator in the background, but as a figure now framed by governments as the center of gravity behind the organization's expansion. This was the moment his anonymity began to erode. With attention came distortion, intelligence briefings condensed years of layered structure into a single silhouette. Media narratives transformed a system into a personality. Political language needed a face for the crisis it was trying to define. And so the story of a man replaced the story of a machine. Inside the CJNG, this shift created a new operational tension. The leader had been built into the structure as a stabilizing function, not a public symbol. Now the world was attempting to turn him into one. This forced a recalibration, not of ambition, of exposure. As authorities announced higher rewards and elevated threat classifications, the organization responded by tightening its internal membranes. Distances between command layers widened, direct contact narrowed, decision routes lengthened in some areas and shortened in others depending on risk. The goal was not escape. It was dissolution of certainty. It'll make the leader's location feel perpetually outdated by the time it became actionable. Meanwhile, rivals interpreted the designation of Oseguera as public enemy in conflicting ways. Some saw an opening. They believed detention would weaken the CJNG by compressing its leadership. Others saw danger. They believed that any organization maintaining coherence under such pressure was no longer an ordinary rival. Both interpretations were partially correct. As clashes intensified in distant corridors, the CJNG continued expanding without resorting to reckless overreach. It left some territories contested rather than overcommit. It withdrew from some volatile spaces, rather than draining resources into prolonged confrontation. This restraint created a pattern few had seen before. A cartel that knew when not to advance. Internally, loyalty hardened into something closer to institutional allegiance. Members were not asked to pledge to a man. They were asked to pledge to a structure. This protected the organization psychologically from the eventual disappearance of any single figure. It also made betrayal more abstract. You were no longer betraying a person. You were betraying a system, and systems remembered differently. The transformation of Oseguera into a public enemy introduced a second contradiction into the CJNG's identity. From the outside, the cartel appeared increasingly defined by one man. From the inside, the cartel was becoming increasingly independent of him in daily operation. This dual reality made strategic prediction extremely difficult. Even if he disappeared, the design would endure. Even while he remained present, the design concealed him. As the national pursuit escalated, his movements became rarer, then shorter, then almost purely theoretical to those attempting to track him. His authority no longer required proximity. His influence moved through intermediaries and systems already conditioned to function without direct presence. This is the stage at which leaders become infrastructural rather than spatial. Communities under CJNG control felt this shift not through visible leadership change, but through persistence. Operations continued. Routes stayed open. Rules remained enforced. The absence of disruption became proof that the center still held. And when centers hold under pressure, belief intensifies. The myth of El Mencho grew not because he appeared, but because he did not. The longer he remained unseen, the more imagination filled the gap. Different people built different versions of him in their minds: strategist, ghost, patriarch, phantom. The less he was observed directly, the more authority he acquired symbolically. For authorities, this created a dilemma without clean solutions. Aggression risked escalation. Patience risked normalization. Public operations risked strengthening the myth even when they weakened local cells. The chase could not be paused, but it could not be resolved quickly either. By the close of this phase of the CJNG's rise, the transformation was complete. Oseguera was no longer merely a man coordinating a cartel. He had become a concept that opponents organized their strategies around, and concepts are far more difficult to neutralize than targets. The cartel that had once emerged from fragmentation was now being reshaped by its own visibility. The leader who had once wielded power through invisibility was now being pulled toward the symbolic center of the conflict. This tension would define everything that followed, because once a man becomes a symbol, every movement he makes echoes far beyond the ground beneath his feet. The rise was no longer theoretical. The world had chosen its focus, and the next stage of the story would be shaped not by growth alone, but by the pressure of a global hunt. Chapter 4. The cartel that chose visibility, power in the age of the camera. For most of modern criminal history, invisibility was survival. The greatest organizations were not the ones that appeared most often in headlines. They were the ones that almost never appeared at all. Silence protected routes. Silence protected alliances. Silence protected longevity. But the rise of the cartel Jalisco New Generation unfolded in a world where silence no longer belonged solely to criminals. IT belonged to algorithms, and algorithms favored what was seen. By the time this realization fully took hold inside the CJNG, the internet had already reshaped how fear traveled. A rumor once took days to spread. A warning once traveled by word of mouth. Reputation once took years to build. Now fear could cross a nation in minutes. Visibility no longer meant exposure alone. IT meant amplification. The CJNG did not stumble into this reality. IT embraced it, not recklessly. Strategically, this marked one of the most important breaks from every major cartel that came before it. They did not fear being recorded. They used recording as leverage. The first videos were not theatrical. They were deliberate. Men standing in formation, weapons displayed calmly, statements delivered without emotional excess. No celebration, no chaos. Just a message, presence. Not a threat spoken in rage. A fact presented with certainty. For communities that lived under hidden criminal power for generations, this was deeply destabilizing. Crime had always existed, but it had rarely introduced itself. Now it was stepping into daylight. Not to hide, not to negotiate. To announce. This was not criminal bravado in the traditional sense. It was psychological design. A visible force creates the illusion of omnipresence. You do not have to be everywhere, only visible enough that people assume you might be anywhere. Inside the cartel, this shift required its own rules. Visibility could not become randomness. Exposure had to remain controlled. A video released too often loses power. A convoy shown too frequently loses mystique. Scarcity of spectacle preserved fear, and fear, when rationed carefully, lasts longer than terror delivered endlessly. At the center of this strategy remained a careful separation. The organization could be seen. The leader would not be. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not appear on camera. He did not attach his face to the display of force. This preserved a crucial duality. The cartel was visible. The man was not. Power without portrait. Authority without silhouette. Rival organizations struggled to respond to this shift. Those who attempted to imitate the CJNG's visible dominance often lacked the internal structure to sustain it. They released videos without discipline. They made threats without capacity. They displayed presence without protection. Many collapsed under their own exposure. The CJNG did not, because visibility was never allowed to outpace structure. Authorities, too, had to adapt. Criminal spectacle placed pressure on institutions to respond publicly. Public response created political urgency. Political urgency accelerated operations. Acceleration increased mistakes. Mistakes widened openings. Visibility compressed timelines for everyone involved, not just the cartel. This created an unusual inversion. By stepping into the open, the CJNG did not weaken itself as older leaders would have predicted. It reshaped the environment so that everyone else had to move faster as well. And faster movement increases friction. Friction creates instability. Instability favors those already structured for it. For civilians, this era introduced a new and unsettling form of anxiety. You no longer learned about danger after it had passed. You learned about it as it was happening. Videos traveled into living rooms faster than sirens traveled through streets. Fear arrived before sound. This reordered emotional response. People began to anticipate violence instead of merely reacting to it. Anticipation drains endurance faster than shock. The new visibility also altered recruitment in ways few had predicted. Young men were no longer drawn only by whispered legends. They were drawn by public certainty. The visible display of dominance suggested inevitability, and inevitability feels safer than mystery to those who already live in disorder. Inside the CJNG, recruitment accelerated during this phase, not because of promises alone, but because visibility erased doubt. Many recruits joined not because they admired the organization, but because they believed it had already won. Belief became a resource. For Oseguera, this phase presented the greatest strategic contradiction of his rise. The more visible the organization became, the more pressure compressed around his absence. The world demanded a face he refused to provide one. This forced authorities to chase shadows instead of targets. And shadow chasing bleeds resources without guaranteeing results. As visibility intensified, something else happened quietly beneath the noise. Financial systems adapted, laundering structures diversified, routes fractured and duplicated. While attention focused on public displays, the deeper infrastructure grew more complex and more insulated. Visibility on the surface, opacity beneath it. This dual strategy confused many analysts. How could the same organization be so loud and so hidden at the same time? The answer was simple. They had separated symbolic visibility from operational invisibility, that a rare and dangerous configuration. That by the end of this phase, the CJNG had achieved something no modern cartel had ever fully accomplished before. It had normalized the idea that criminal power could exist in full public view and still remain structurally protected. This was not merely a tactical evolution. It was a cultural one, that the underworld no longer belonged entirely to the dark. It now shared space with screens. And once crime learns how to live in full view without collapsing, it becomes far harder to confront, because visibility no longer guarantees vulnerability. As visibility became the CJNG's defining weapon, the consequences rippled far beyond the regions where its convoys once moved openly. What had begun as a strategy of intimidation slowly transformed into something much larger. The new language of PowerPoint, one spoken not through whispers, but through images. For decades, cartels had depended on secrecy as insulation. Visibility had always meant danger. Now, danger itself became a layer of protection, because when everything is visible, nothing stands out long enough to remain singular. Public attention shortened, memory fragmented, outrage rotated from one crisis to the next. The CJNG learned how to exist inside that rotation. Each release was calibrated, not too frequent, not too extreme, enough to remind, never enough to exhaust. The psychological effect was not terror. It was familiarity. And familiarity is one of the most dangerous emotions in violent environments. It dulls resistance. It normalizes presence. It creates the illusion that what is happening is permanent and therefore unavoidable. Communities living beneath this constant, ambient intimidation began altering daily behavior in subtle ways. Travel patterns shifted, markets adjusted supply hours, family routines tightened around invisible risk schedules. Life did not collapse into chaos. It compressed around fear. This compression created a strange paradox. The more visible the cartel became, the less dramatic the fear felt. After a certain threshold, shock has a shelf life. Routine does not. Over time, people stopped reacting to each display with panic. They reacted with calculation. Which roads were safe today? Which hours were better avoided? Which routes required caution rather than paralysis? Fear became a background condition rather than a singular event. From the outside, this normalization looked like resignation. From the inside, it was survival adaptation. Rival organizations struggled most with this shift. They had been trained in an older emotional economy of crime. Point one, where violence was supposed to be rare, shocking, and commanding. Now violence was being curated, packaged, distributed. Its emotional force diluted by repetition. Those who relied on shock alone found that shock now had competition. Some rivals attempted to answer visibility with greater display, larger convoys, heavier weapons, more explicit threats. But scale without coordination quickly becomes noise. And noise without meaning loses authority. Many of these attempts unraveled into disorganized conflict that attracted enforcement faster than loyalty. The CJNG's visibility was not about volume. It was about timing. Appear when rivals doubted. Disappear when pressure peaked. re-emerge when the narrative shifted elsewhere. This made it feel omnipresent without being continuously present. Inside federal institutions, analysts began rethinking how intimidation functioned in a fully connected society. Fear was no longer transmitted solely through personal testimony or direct experience that IT traveled through secondary exposure. Even those who were never directly threatened absorbed emotional impact through endless repetition of imagery. Fear no longer respected distance that IT respected bandwidth. This created a new kind of vulnerability. Regions once considered insulated from cartel pressure began experiencing psychological intrusion long before any physical presence arrived. By the time the CJNG's influence expanded into new corridors, the fear had already arrived ahead of it. This shortened resistance cycles. Dramatically, the center of all this remained the silent absence of Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. His invisibility now operated in a paradoxically amplified environment. Everything was seen, except him. This inverted the public's expectation of leadership. The organization felt hypervisible. The leader remained abstract, which meant fear attached not to a person, but to a system without a face. Systems without faces are far harder to psychologically confront. You cannot imagine an end to them in the same way. You cannot picture their defeat. This created a subtle emotional fatigue in rivals and communities alike. Not fear of death, fear of permanence. As digital platforms continued multiplying, unofficial distribution channels grew faster than any attempt at centralized control. Once an image released into this environment, it no longer belonged to its creator. IT splintered into replication without ownership. The CJNG accepted this loss of control because fragmentation itself created diffusion. Diffusion made response slower. Slowness created operational space. For authorities, this meant the traditional model of media containment no longer functioned. Takedowns came after circulation, statements followed exposure. Reassurance arrived only after fear had already traveled. This inverted the sequence of power. Inside the underworld, visibility began to replace lineage as the main marker of dominance. Older organizations found that decades of quiet reputation could be overshadowed by a single moment of viral display. This created resentment, and resentment produces reckless choices. Meanwhile, the CJNG's internal discipline remained untouched by external noise. Members were restricted from improvising public appearances. Unauthorized displays were punished. Visibility was never allowed to become ego-driven. This separation between institutional spectacle and individual restraint preserved the organization from collapsing under its own reflection. The longer this strategy continued, the more difficult it became to remember what cartel power had once looked like. A generation began to grow up knowing only an open underworld, a visible criminal landscape, a world where power did not whisper from behind walls, but stood quietly in line of sight. This would shape the psychology of conflict in the years to come. Children would no longer fear what they could not see. They would fear what they could already see. And what is constantly seen often feels uncontestable. The CJNG did not simply step into the age of the camera. IT learned how to inhabit it without being consumed. And this would become one of its most dangerous advantages going forward. By the time visibility had fully reshaped the environment, the transformation was no longer limited to one organization. IT had begun to alter the behavior of the entire underworld. What the CJNG had introduced as strategy was now becoming expectation, and expectation, once normalized, rewrites every rule around it. Rivals no longer asked whether they should remain hidden. They asked how visible they could afford to be. This was a dangerous shift, because visibility is not only a weapon. It is also a liability that widens with every repetition. What the CJNG had mastered with restraint, others attempted with impulse, and impulse collapses quickly. In many regions, copycat displays erupted without infrastructure beneath them. Convoys appeared without supply support. Threats were issued without enforcement capacity. Intimidation outpaced logistics. These attempts often ended in abrupt breakdown. The spectacle collapsed into exposure. The exposure invited compression. The compression erased the group. From the outside, this looked like chaos. From the inside, it was a quiet pruning of the field. The CJNG did not need to defeat every rival directly. Visibility itself was selecting who survived. Those without deep structure burned out. Those with shallow coordination folded. Only organizations capable of sustaining both exposure and discipline endured. This natural selection favored the one that had engineered for IT to AT the same time. Civilians learned a new language of risk before the age of constant recording. Safety depended on silence. You avoided looking, avoided asking, avoided noticing. Now, safety depended on interpretation, which display meant deterrence, which meant instability, which meant imminent movement, which meant nothing at all. People became quiet analysts of a visible war. This constant calculation drained emotional endurance in a way secrecy never had. For authorities, the psychological landscape shifted as well. They could no longer rely on fear of publicity to pressure criminal groups. Publicity had become a resource rather than a threat. This stripped away one of the oldest tools of deterrence. Exposure no longer equaled vulnerability. Sometimes, it produced legitimacy inside the criminal ecosystem. This forced institutions into reactive positions. Each public display created demand for public response. Public response compressed investigation timelines. Compressed timelines increased the chance of error. Error created openings. The loop tightened inside the CJNG. Leadership absorbed these pressures without altering its core restriction. Visibility was allowed, but only as signal, never as celebration. Members were not permitted to seek attention for personal status. Any who confused spectacle with freedom endangered the entire structure, and the structure always answered danger swiftly. The invisible hand guiding this balance remained the same. The leader did not step forward, did not speak publicly, did not appear to justify or glorify what others displayed. In a world drowning in images, his absence became its own authority. Because he represented the only thing not being broadcast. Control. As the years passed, something subtle happened to the meaning of intimidation. Fear became less about immediate harm and more about constant awareness. People no longer feared because something might happen tonight. They feared because something could happen at any moment. This difference matters. Immediate fear paralyzes. Constant fear reshapes behavior long-term. CJNG's greatest accomplishment during this period was not territorial expansion. It was environmental transformation. The regions it touched did not simply become controlled. They became conditioned. Conditioned to visibility, conditioned to adaptation, conditioned to continuous calculation, and conditioned environments linger even when forces withdraw. For younger generations, the idea of a hidden underworld almost disappeared. They did not grow up fearing what they could not see. They grew up analyzing what they could. This changed how ambition formed, how defiance formed, how allegiance formed. They entered a world where power was not whispered about. It was documented. By the end of this phase, the CJNG had done something no major cartel before it had accomplished at scale. It had proven that criminal power could live comfortably inside full exposure, not temporarily, not recklessly, structurally. This did not make the organization invincible, but it made it profoundly adaptive, and adaptation, more than dominance, is what guarantees survival in environments where every rule is in motion. The age of hidden criminal empires had not fully ended, but it had been permanently disrupted. From this point forward, any group seeking long-term power would have to decide: remain invisible and risk irrelevance, or enter visibility and risk compression. There would be no third path. The CJNG had chosen its path, and the world now lived inside the consequences of that decision. Chapter 5. Blood in the Open, Escalation Without Apology. When visibility becomes routine, escalation becomes temptation. For the cartel Jalisco New Generation, the next stage of its evolution did not arrive quietly. It arrived through a shift in posture, from presence to dominance, from warning to demonstration. The age of subtle intimidation was no longer enough. The organization had proven it could exist in full view. Now it would test whether it could command fear openly without losing control of itself. The early years of visibility had focused on psychological positioning, convoys, formations, controlled statements delivered in calm tones. Now the atmosphere began to thicken, confrontations sharpened, territorial disputes stopped resetting through quiet negotiation. Retaliation cycles shortened, and with each shortened cycle, the cost of hesitation increased. For rival organizations, the meaning of challenge changed. In the old order, A challenge was a whispered move into contested space. Now a challenge was visible defiance, that a convoy taking a road that had once belonged to someone else, that a supply shipment passing through without disguise, that a public refusal to retreat. These acts were not symbolic. They were declarations. The CJNG did not respond to these declarations with immediate chaos, that IT responded with selection. Not every challenge was answered publicly. Not every provocation received instant retaliation. Some were observed. Some were ignored. Some were returned with precision that felt disproportionate only because it arrived without warning. This unpredictability created a new kind of fear, not fear of reaction, fear of timing. As escalation intensified, the organization began deploying a different emotional weapon: overt force, not hidden violence, not discreet disappearances, but actions designed to be unmistakably understood. This was not about cruelty. It was about unequivocal messaging. Communities living along contested corridors began sensing a change in rhythm. Movement slowed. Markets adjusted again. People lingered indoors more often. The fear that had once been ambient began to condense into anticipation. Not constant panic, but sustained alertness. This kind of alertness is exhausting, and exhaustion weakens resistance. For members within the CJNG, this phase demanded a different kind of discipline. Visibility now carried higher cost. Public actions invited heavier response. Heavier response compressed operational space. Every movement required greater coordination, greater secrecy within greater exposure. This contradiction produced constant internal tension. Precision had to be perfect in an environment where everything was being watched. The center of that tension remained the unseen figure holding structure together. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not appear as escalation intensified. That if anything, his absence grew more absolute. This confused many observers. As violence became more visible, they expected the leader to surface. Instead, he withdrew further into abstraction. What became clear during this stage was that escalation did not mean loss of restraint. It meant relocation of restraint. Individual members were restricted even as collective action became more severe. No1 was allowed to freelance publicly. No1 was allowed to personalize aggression. Every major movement required authorization. This prevented internal ego from hijacking the wider strategy. Rival groups often misread this escalation as emotional reaction. They believed the CJNG was becoming reckless. They assumed constant retaliation would exhaust it. But exhaustion is not produced merely by conflict. It is produced by disorganization under conflict. The CJNG remained organized. And organization under pressure outlasts fury. As federal attention intensified, enforcement units began confronting an unfamiliar pattern. Operations disrupted one cell, only to watch the surrounding structure absorb the loss without visible deformation. Arrests created temporary noise, but routes resumed with new faces. What should have felt like victory felt strangely incomplete. The organization bent. It did not break. This phase began exposing a deeper truth. The CJNG was no longer behaving like a cartel built on individual charisma. It was behaving like a modular system. Remove one component, another filled its place. Modules rotated, functions remained. This is the behavior of something designed to survive prolonged pressure. Civilian fear now carried a second layer. Not only fear of violence, fear of duration. People began realizing that this was not a passing surge. It was not a temporary storm. It was becoming a permanent climate, and climates reshape everything beneath them. For younger recruits, this era defined a new identity of power. They no longer imagined slow ascension. They imagined immediate immersion into visible dominance. This shortened the emotional distance between participation and consequence, which often shortened lifespans. Internally, the CJNG also absorbed losses differently. Funerals were quiet. Public mourning was discouraged. Emotion was not allowed to travel through the structure as spectacle. Loss remained private. Power remained public. This emotional segregation preserved function at the cost of humanity. By the close of this opening stage of escalation, the organization had crossed a new threshold. It could now wage visible conflict without self-fragmenting. It could endure heightened attention without retreating into silence, that IT could operate under pressure as a normalized state rather than a crisis. The underworld had entered a period where restraint and brutality now coexisted openly. And that coexistence made the next phase far more dangerous than anything that had come before. The cartel Jalisco New Generation had crossed from rising force into structural fixture. IT was no longer something that arrived. IT was something that remained. Rival organizations now faced a different kind of decision, not whether to fight, not whether to retreat, but whether to continue existing at all. Those who resisted openly were drawn into prolonged attrition they could not afford. Those who attempted neutrality discovered that neutrality had become a myth. In an environment shaped by permanent escalation, there were only two stable positions: alignment. Or erosion. The erosion did not always look violent. In some places, it arrived as economic strangulation. Supply lines dried up, cash flow became unreliable, protection networks collapsed quietly. Groups that had once survived on thin margins simply lost the ability to function, not through bloodshed, through exclusion from circulation. And in a system where circulation is life, exclusion is death, for civilians, this phase was the most psychologically numbing. The early shock of visibility had faded. The rising fear of anticipation had settled. Now there was only existence within constraint. People plan life not around hope, but around probability. Which roads today? Which hours tonight? Which silences to respect? Fear did not shout anymore. IT whispered continuously. Inside the organization, members were no longer fueled by expansion alone. They were fueled by identity, the belief that they were part of something that would outlast any single battle. This belief is dangerous because it survives setbacks. IT survives losses. IT even survives leadership disruption if it becomes internalized deeply enough. The escalation also recalibrated internal expectations of loyalty. Disloyalty no longer required public punishment. IT was often answered with removal from the system of relevance. Caches vanished. Support evaporated. Safety dissolved. The absence of retaliation felt more terrifying than retaliation itself, because it meant the individual had become unnecessary. The center of it all, the same unseen authority endured. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not emerge as escalation intensified. His strategy did not change with the increase in blood. IT remained consistent. Defer visibility, diffuse function, sustain pressure without collapse. This consistency produced a strange effect. The more violent the environment became, the calmer his signature felt. And calm inside violence creates the illusion of control. Authorities escalated accordingly. Operations intensified. Raids multiplied. International attention sharpened its focus. Rewards increased. Threat classifications expanded. Yet the outcome remained stubbornly incomplete. Local damage. Global collapse. Each successful operation produced disruption, but not rupture. This is the defining frustration of modern conflict with modular systems. You can damage the outer layers. You rarely reach the inner logic. As escalation normalized, something else occurred across the region. The noise of conflict began to lose its distinct edges. Gunfire no longer caused mass dissolution of daily life everywhere. IT caused brief pauses, short deviations, temporary closures. Life bent. IT did not stop. This is how violence becomes integrated into routine, and routine makes it harder to imagine alternatives. Younger generations now learned about cartel power not as interruption, but as inheritance. They did not witness the arrival of escalation. They were born into it, which meant they did not compare life before and after. They compared life only to itself. And when a condition becomes the only reference, it is no longer questioned. The CJNG's greatest achievement during this period was not territorial expansion. It was environmental normalization. A form of dominance that does not need constant reinforcement, because the environment reinforces it automatically through habit. As escalation settled into the rhythm of daily life, something subtle began to change inside the conflict. Violence was no longer an interruption. It was becoming infrastructure. Routes were no longer defended as exceptions. They were defended as constants. Territorial pressure did not arrive in waves anymore. It arrived as a steady, grinding weight that never fully lifted. For the cartel Jalisco New Generation, This marked a transition from strategic expansion into sustained confrontation, not a surge designed to shock, a condition designed to endure. This is the most dangerous form of conflict because it does not seek resolution. It seeks stability inside tension. As rival groups struggled to adapt, their mistakes multiplied. Some attempted to match escalation with randomness, believing unpredictability would compensate for weaker structure. It did not. Randomness burned resources faster than it burned opponents. Others attempted to disappear back into silence. They found that silence no longer protected them. Visibility had already rewritten the environment. The terrain itself had changed. The CJNG's pressure was not applied evenly. It moved like liquid, pooling in weak zones, draining from heavily fortified ones, flowing around resistance rather than smashing directly into it. This created the illusion that the cartel was everywhere. In truth, it was selectively present. But selectivity creates the feeling of omnipresence. Inside contested regions, the emotional geography grew heavier. The unpredictability of escalation meant that people could no longer anchor fear to specific events. Instead, fear became temporal. You did not fear what was happening. You feared what might happen next. This anticipation exhausted the nervous system more deeply than shock ever could. Civilians learned to read absence as much as presence. Silence on a normally busy road meant danger. Empty storefronts meant incoming conflict. Unexpected calm often meant tension was building elsewhere. The world became a language of negative space. For members of the CJNG, this phase demanded deeper emotional suppression than ever before. Violence could no longer feel reactive. It had to feel procedural. There was no celebration. Angered, visible catharsis. Only execution of function. This removal of emotional expression was not humane. But it was operationally efficient. As attention intensified, enforcement agencies attempted new strategies. Rather than chasing visible units, they began targeting financial conduits, communication layers, and intermediate coordinators. This introduced a new kind of pressure, not explosive, erosive. Small disruptions multiplied across time. Delays replaced collapses. Uncertainty replaced shock. The CJNG answered this erosion not with panic, but with diversification. Financial routes split into redundant layers. Communication dispersed across rotating systems. Leadership functions diffused across parallel chains of command. This created a body that could bleed without hemorrhaging. Rivals were not granted this same luxury. Their structures, already weakened by disorganization and ego-driven exposure, began collapsing in fragments. Some splintered internally, some merged into larger powers reluctantly, some dissolved entirely. From a distance, the conflict looked chaotic. Close to the ground, it looked like absorption. This period also marked a turning point in how communities understood the permanence of the situation. Hope for a swift end began to thin. What replaced? It was something quieter, adaptation without expectation of resolution. The idea that this conflict might simply become part of the background of life. And background threats are the hardest to escape psychologically. Inside the CJNG, identity hardened further during this phase. Members were no longer simply participants in expansion. They were occupants of a new order. This created something close to institutional pride. Not pride in violence, pride in survival under pressure, pride in endurance. Endurance is seductive. It convinces those inside a system that collapse belongs only to others. The center of all these movements remained the same absence. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes was still unseen, still unrecorded, still removed from spectacle. This rising escalation did not draw him forward. It drove him deeper into abstraction. And abstraction made him harder to emotionally grasp. For the public, this created a strange contradiction. The cartel felt more visible than ever, yet its leader felt increasingly unreal. Power became separated from personhood. Authority felt mechanical, which made it seem endless. People find it easier to imagine the fall of a person than the fall of a system. Inside rival organizations, fear began shifting direction. They no longer feared open confrontation most. They feared being slowly erased from relevance, outpaced, outlasted, left without leverage. Because once a group stops maturing in a conflict like this, it becomes disposable, and disposability is silent. The CJNG understood that silence after irrelevance is often more final than violence, so it allowed some rivals to fade rather than forcing confrontation. This conserved resources and deepened psychological dominance. As this phase drew on, the conflict stopped feeling like a wave altogether. It became a tide, advancing in inches, receding rarely, grinding everything beneath it into compliance or disappearance. This is how escalation becomes geography. By the end of this period, the CJNG had accomplished something that brutal force alone cannot achieve. It had transformed fear from an emergency response into a permanent condition. And permanent conditions reshape societies far more deeply than temporary crises. The blood had moved into the open, but what lingered beneath the surface was no longer shock. It was inevitability. By the time escalation stopped feeling like an event and started feeling like routine, the transformation was no longer reversible. Chapter 6. The War with the State. When a cartel challenges a nation. There is a moment in every criminal empire's rise when the conflict stops being local, when it stops being a dispute over corridors, rivals, or dominance, and becomes something far more dangerous than a direct confrontation with the state itself. For the cartel Jalisco New Generation, that moment arrived not as a declaration, but as an accumulation of pressure that could no longer be absorbed quietly. At first, federal involvement had been selective, rotating deployments, focused operations, targeted intelligence sweeps. But escalation without apology changed the equation. Public intimidation, open confrontations, visible dominance across multiple regions. These were not merely criminal acts anymore. They were interpreted as challenges to national authority. As a result, the response changed in tone, not tactical adjustment, strategic repositioning. Military units were deployed alongside federal police in regions once handled locally. Specialized task forces were created solely to track the CJNG's financial and command structures. International intelligence agencies began sharing data at a level previously reserved for global terror networks. The conflict had crossed an invisible border from organized crime into national security. For civilians, this transition brought a new layer of anxiety. The presence of heavily armed state forces reshaping streets that already lived under cartel intimidation created overlapping fears. Fear of the cartel, fear of confrontation, fear of becoming trapped between two forms of power, neither of which felt personal or merciful. Communities learned to live beneath dual pressure. For the CJNG, this was the most dangerous phase it had faced so far. Pressure from the state is different from pressure from rivals. Rivals seek territory. The state seeks control of the entire environment. There is no negotiation with sovereignty, only compression. Internally, the organization recalibrated rapidly. Cells were dispersed more aggressively. Leadership layers were separated further. Financial routes were fractured into deeper redundancy. This was no longer expansion mode. This was survival engineering. The center of this recalibration remained the unseen figure now widely designated as the primary architect behind the organization. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. As pressure intensified around him, his presence felt further away to those who searched. Orders still moved, coordination still flowed, structure still held, but the man himself seemed to dissolve into distance. This was not disappearance. It was strategic diffusion. The first direct clashes between federal military forces and CJNG units did not resemble traditional law enforcement operations. They resembled battlefield engagements, armored vehicles, helicopter surveillance, convoys confronting convoys. Yet, even in these encounters, the CJNG did not seek prolonged firefights. Engagements were short, purposeful, designed to delay and displace, not to defeat. The objective was not victory. It was mismatch of tempo. Authorities moved through checkpoints and controlled zones. The CJNG moved between them. Where one force sought to compress space, the other sought to liquefy it. This created a strange geometry of conflict. Fixed points clashed with fluid systems, and fluid systems are harder to corner. Despite increased arrests and seizures, something uncomfortable became obvious within federal strategy circles. Operations disrupted activity, but they did not fracture the organization. Cells adapted, routes reorganized, leadership functions rebalanced. Each disruption produced motion, not collapse. Inside the CJNG, morale did not drop under this pressure. In fact, it hardened. Facing the state itself created a new identity among members. They no longer saw themselves only as traffickers or enforcers. They began seeing themselves as combatants in a larger struggle. This belief is among the most dangerous fuels in prolonged conflict because it converts survival into ideology. For younger recruits, this new framing was especially powerful. Joining the organization was no longer just a path to money or power. It became a declaration of opposition to the authority they had grown up mistrusting. State pressure did not deter all recruitment. In some places, it accelerated it the same time. Internal discipline tightened. Espionage paranoia increased. Communication protocols became more layered. Trust narrowed into smaller circles. Increased secrecy became as important as increased aggression had once been. For the public, the visual presence of military units on streets alongside cartel threats created emotional disorientation. Who was in control? Who was winning? When would it end? The lack of answers weighed heavier than the violence itself, because certainty is what people crave most under sustained fear. The CJNG understood this emotional vacuum, and it used it, not through speeches, not through ideology, through persistence. Each day the organization continued to function under state pressure, quietly reinforced the belief that it could not be erased easily. And belief, once established, becomes forced by the end of this opening phase of direct confrontation with the state. The conflict had evolved again, and no longer a war of visibility alone, and no longer a war of escalation alone. It had become a war of endurance between institution and shadow. Point one built on law and visibility. Point one built on flexibility and silence beneath visibility. And this is where the struggle entered its most dangerous stage. Because wars of endurance rarely end quickly, they simply reshape everything beneath them. As the confrontation between the state and the cartel Jalisco New Generation deepened, the nature of pressure changed again. It was no longer only about raids, seizures, or street-level clashes. It became a war of information, fatigue, and perception. The state sought visibility as proof of control. Press conferences, photographed arrests, columns of seized weapons displayed under bright lights. These images were meant to reassure the public. To suggest progress. To imply that compression was working. The CJNG responded not by denying these losses, but by outlasting the narrative cycle. For every public arrest, operations continued elsewhere. For every seized convoy, routes reopened through different hands. For every dismantled cell, two quieter ones adjusted their schedules. Losses were real, but they were absorbed. And absorption without collapse weakens the psychological force of enforcement. Inside federal strategy rooms, frustration grew quietly. There was no single moment of ruptured visible disintegration cascade failure of leadership. Each success felt like an isolated victory rather than a turning point. This erodes institutional confidence over time, because progress without climax feels incomplete. Meanwhile, the war began reaching deeper into daily life for civilians, not only through violence, but through surveillance, roadblocks, checkpoints, inspections, searches that altered the rhythm of ordinary movement. Life slowed under scrutiny, not only for criminals, for everyone. This created a new kind of exhaustion among communities. Point one born not just from fear of the cartel, but from fatigue of constant tension with authority as well. Being watched on both sides of power alters behavior in strange ways. People grow quieter, more neutral, less willing to speak at all. Silence returns, but it is no longer protective silence. It is defensive silence. Inside the CJNG, this atmosphere produced strategic adaptation rather than panic. Movements became shorter, meetings became rarer, communication became more indirect. The organization began behaving like liquid under heat, shrinking, slipping, reshaping itself to preserve core function. The center of that function remained the same unseen presence. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes was now discussed openly at the highest levels of government. Not as an operator, as an architect. This distinction mattered. Operators can be replaced. Architects required dismantling of the structure they designed. The pursuit of a man had quietly become the pursuit of a design. and design does not flee. It endures as military pressure expanded across multiple states at once. The CJNG avoided the trap many organizations fall into during sustained confrontation. It did not attempt to defend everything. It defended what mattered most. Corridors over cities, functions over faces, flow over ground. Territory became secondary. Continuity became primary. This choice confused many observers. Maps showed fluctuating dominance, but beneath those fluctuations, the deeper system remained intact. This separation of map and mechanism made evaluation difficult. From above, it looked like retreat. From inside, it was repositioning. As the months passed, a strange dual reality took hold. For the state, pressure was increasing. For the CJNG, pressure was normalizing. What begins as crisis eventually becomes environment, and environments reshape instincts. Within the organization, younger members who had never known any period without military pressure now viewed it as baseline risk, not exception, not escalation, just the condition of participation. This is how wars become inherited rather than chosen. The psychological impact of continued state confrontation also shifted. Fear of arrest became embedded. Fear of betrayal intensified. Trust narrowed. This made the organization harder to penetrate, not because it eliminated informants, but because it shortened the pathways through which information could travel. For rivals observing this prolonged confrontation, the lesson was unsettling. The CJNG was not collapsing under national pressure. It was evolving within it. This discouraged overt challenges. It suggested that attacking the CJNG during this phase would attract both cartel retaliation and state attention simultaneously. The double compression few could survive. As a result, some rivals chose to retreat into quieter territories. Some aligned. Some dissolved into larger alliances. The war with the state was not only reshaping the CJNG. It was reordering the entire criminal ecosystem around it. For civilians, daily life stretched between headlines and checkpoints. Information overload and silence collided. People now heard of battles far away while being searched on their own streets. Distance lost meaning. Fear became geographically fluid. Inside government institutions, endurance became its own burden. Rotations exhausted personnel. Constant deployments drained resources. Political pressure demanded progress faster than systems could realistically deliver. This is the hidden cost of prolonged conflict. Even institutions built for endurance feel it eventually. The CJNG did not need to defeat the state to benefit from this fatigue. It only needed to remain unbroken. Unbroken structures create the perception of permanence, and permanence discourages resistance even when violence continues. To be why the end of this stage of the war with the state. One truth had settled quietly across all sides. This conflict would not be decided by one raid or one arrest or 1 year. It would be decided by which system could endure longer under sustained pressure. The state moved with law. The cartel moved with adaptation. Both believed time was on their side, and time was now the true battlefield. As the war between the state and the CJNG stretched beyond seasons and into years, the conflict ceased to feel like a campaign. It became a condition of existence. Checkpoints no longer surprised. Helicopters no longer caused people to look up. Convoys of armed forces no longer signaled emergency. They simply signaled that the day had begun. For the cartel Jalisco New Generation, endurance under this pressure altered its internal psychology in lasting ways. Fear of confrontation with the state no longer functioned as a deterrent. It functioned as confirmation of relevance. Pressure validated importance, and importance justified sacrifice. This is a dangerous loop because it transforms survival into meaning. Within the organization, the sustained conflict refined discipline to an extreme. Movements were now choreographed with obsessive caution. Time windows for transport narrowed. Rest periods shortened. Relationships, even inside the group, became more compartmentalized. Lives compressed. Inward, trust became smaller. Silence became thicker. What made this phase especially difficult for the state was not only the cartel's adaptability. It was the absence of collapse indicators. No mass defections. No public fractures. No visible leadership implosions. The CJNG did not fracture loudly. It redistributed quietly. This created a dangerous illusion. that even the strongest pressure caused only surface damage. At the center of government strategy, the pursuit increasingly narrowed around one name, Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. Rewards grew. International warrants multiplied. Foreign agencies deepened their involvement. His absence became the most visible presence in the entire conflict. Yet for all this attention, the man did not emerge. He did not issue statements. He did not attempt to shape public narrative. He did not respond to threats symbolically. This refusal to participate in the theater of pursuit created a strange imbalance. The state spoke. The cartel acted. The man remained silent. Silence in a war of narratives is powerful. It denies opponents emotional feedback. It prevents escalation from finding its mirror. It refuses the symmetry on which psychological conflict depends. Meanwhile, daily arrests and operations began accumulating quietly across the country. Mid-level operators were captured. Regional coordinators vanished. Transporters were intercepted. Each loss mattered, but none created catastrophe. The machinery kept moving, and machinery that keeps moving under pressure feels unstoppable to those watching from below. Within civilian populations, emotional fatigue settled deeper than fear. People adapted their expectations downward. They no longer asked when peace would return. They asked only how to remain unnoticed another week. This kind of psychological contraction is the hidden casualty of prolonged conflict. It strips societies of long-term imagination. For children growing up under this condition, the war did not feel like disruption. It felt like background noise. They did not perceive checkpoints as abnormal. They did not perceive sirens as exceptional. Their nervous systems learned to treat constant tension as baseline. This rewiring of perception would echo far beyond the years of peak violence. Inside rival organizations, the conflict produced paralysis. Attacking the CJNG invited overwhelming retaliation. Avoiding it meant gradual erosion through isolation. Remaining neutral meant exposure from both sides. The war with the state had created a gravitational field around the CJNG that pulled every other group into its orbit. Even opposition became defined by it the same time. The state's own institutions began absorbing the psychological weight of endless enforcement. Rotations blurred. Successes lost celebratory value. Fatigue accumulated without closure. When a victory feels temporary the moment it arrives, it stops feeling like victory at all. This fatigue did not appear publicly. It appeared in quieter ways. Hesitation in decisions, conservatism in operations, shortened attention spans for long-term strategy. The machinery of enforcement still moved, but with a growing awareness that the conflict had become structural rather than episodic. The CJNG did not need to overpower the state to benefit from this reality. It only needed to persist long enough for persistence itself to become convincing. And it did. By the close of this phase of direct confrontation, neither side had achieved decisive victory, but both had been changed permanently. The state had expanded its definition of national security. The cartel had expanded its definition of endurance. The public had expanded its definition of normal. The war with the state had not ended, but it had settled into a slower, heavier phase. Point one, where battles would still erupt, but the deeper conflict would be fought inside systems rather than streets. Inside institutions rather than intersections. Inside psychology rather than explosions. This is the shape wars take when neither side can afford to lose, and neither side can truly win. Chapter 7. The Web of Money. How Power is Truly Sustained. Violence creates attention. Fear creates control, but neither builds an empire on its own. Behind every visible display of dominance by the cartel Jalisco New Generation existed a quieter force that made everything possible. Money, not as profit, but as circulation. While the public watched convoys, clashes, and checkpoints, the real war beneath the surface was being fought through accounts, shell companies, transport contracts, and invisible financial corridors that never appeared on the evening news. Violence could open doors. Only money could keep them open. From the outside, it was easy to imagine the CJNG as a force powered purely by brutality. From the inside, it functioned like a constantly breathing economic organism. Cash had to move. Debt had to be managed. Payments had to be synchronized across safe houses, transport routes, storage networks, logistics crews, and protection systems. If any one of these flows stalled, Pressure rippled outward instantly. What made the CJNG especially difficult to suffocate financially was its diversification of income streams that IT did not depend on a single pipeline. Point one route could collapse without bringing down the whole structure. Point one market could shrink while another expanded quietly elsewhere. This created a financial resilience that mirrored its operational resilience. Money moved through layers. Cash changed hands at the lowest levels. But above that, value transformed into contracts, into businesses, into properties, into shipping, documentation, into labor arrangements. Each layer added opacity. Each transformation increased distance between violence and profit. At the center of this system remained the same unseen stabilizing presence. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes was not known as a public spender. There were no confirmation stories of excess, no visible displays of luxury, no effort to cultivate wealth as spectacle. This absence was intentional. Money, in this structure, existed to circulate, not to be displayed. Display created compression. Silence protected flow to as state pressure intensified through seizures and financial investigations. The CJNG did not respond by centralizing its funds. IT did the opposite. IT fragmented financial control across multiple semi-independent systems. No single fund collapse could cripple the organization. No single arrest could halt the engine. This created a financial body with no singular heart to remove. This fragmentation came at a cost. More complexity, more vulnerability at the edges. But complexity also increases survivability. IT confuses pursuit. IT multiplies false centers. IT exhausts pattern detection. For civilians, this financial web was almost invisible. People saw violence. They felt fear. But beneath both, business continued quietly. Transport jobs appeared. Construction contracts rotated. Ownership of properties shifted without public explanation. Life continued to appear normal even as the foundation beneath it mutated. Legitimate businesses often unknowingly brushed against this system. Trucking companies moved shipments without understanding their full origin. Warehouses hosted goods without knowing true ownership. Cash-heavy storefronts absorbed flows that looked like ordinary commerce. The strength of the financial web depended on this proximity to normal life. The blacklist and the marketplace existed side by side. State efforts to track this flow faced a profound difficulty. Violence leaves bodies. Money leaves paperwork, and paperwork can be rewritten. Companies dissolve. New ones appear. Ownership transfers through relatives, intermediaries, and layers of distance. Every time authorities thought they had mapped the flow shifted shape. Inside the CJNG, financial roles became as important as enforcement roles. Account keepers, transport brokers, front managers, logistics planners. These were not peripheral figures. They were guardians of continuity. Their work never created headlines. Yet without them, the empire would have collapsed within weeks. Recruitment inside these layers followed a different logic. These roles did not require fearlessness. They required discretion, reliability, and routine obedience. People inside these financial layers did not experience violence as spectacle. They experienced it as delay, disruption, or risk premium. For them, the war was measured in late payments and rerouted supply lines. This financial shadow world also shaped loyalty differently. Enforcers bonded through conflict. Financiers bonded through exposure, shared secrets, shared risk, shared accounting trails. These bonds tended to be quieter and far harder to break. For the CJNG, money was not treated as unlimited. IT was treated as pressure-sensitive. Overspending created attention. Underspending created vulnerability. Balance preserved invisibility. The organization's ability to sustain prolonged war with both rivals and the state depended less on how many weapons it held, and more on how quietly it could replace what was lost. Vehicles seized could be replaced. Routes disrupted could be reopened. Personnel lost could be substituted. Only if the money continued to breathe. This is how the CJNG survived the intense compression of earlier years, not through victories alone, but through economic respiration under pressure. From the outside, dominance looked violent. From inside the machinery, dominance looked mathematical. Flow in, flow out. Stable circulation. By the end of this phase, the CJNG was no longer merely defending territory. It was sustaining an economy. And economies, once embedded deeply enough, become harder to uproot than armies. Violence could shake the surface, but beneath the surface, the web of money kept pulling everything back into alignment. As the war with the state intensified, the financial system beneath the cartel Jalisco New Generation was forced to evolve under extreme tension. Pressure did not arrive only through raids and seizures that it arrived through audits, sanctions, frozen accounts, and cross-border banking scrutiny. The battlefield had expanded into spreadsheets and signatures. For the organization, this introduced a new danger. Violence could be displaced, money could be traced, and once traceability begins, the system becomes vulnerable not to explosions, but to slow suffocation. To counter this threat, the CJNG accelerated one of its most important survival adaptations to IT multiplied layers between criminal activity and financial appearance. Cash no longer moved directly into obvious fronts. It traveled through conversion stages, small transactions into large ones, local businesses into export contracts, personal accounts into corporate shells. Each transformation diluted origin. Each step increased distance. This was not laundering as a single act. It was laundering as process. Ongoing, continuous, never complete. Money entered the river. It did not exit as the same thing. Entire industries became temporarily entangled in this flow. Transport, agriculture, construction, hospitality, import, export. None of these sectors exist outside cash movement. And that made them vulnerable to quiet insertion. A truck moving produce can also move something else. A warehouse storing furniture can store something else. A restaurant absorbing cash can absorb far more than meals. What made this system especially difficult to uproot was how deeply it nested inside ordinary labor. Drivers needed work, clerks needed wages, builders needed contracts. Most participants did not experience the system as crime. They experienced it as employment, and employment creates silence more durable than fear. For authorities attempting financial disruption, this created moral complexity. Seizing assets affected not only criminal leadership, but entire microeconomies that had unknowingly grown around those flows. Every operation risked destabilizing regions already strained by violence. This forced hesitation, and hesitation created windows. Inside the CJNG, financial discipline became one of the most tightly controlled aspects of the organization. Unauthorized spending drew attention. Irregular payments created suspicion. Personal enrichment beyond measured allowances was discouraged, not for moral reasons, for operational survival. Money that advertises itself attracts compression. The center of this restraint remained the same invisible standard. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes never became a symbol of visible wealth. There were no celebrated mansions, no public luxury, no image of excess to feed myth. This absence projected a unique signal through the organization. Wealth exists to preserve structure, not to decorate identity. As sanctions and blacklists expanded internationally, the CJNG adapted again by exploiting jurisdictional seams. Money shifted through regions with weaker oversight, then returned through legal corridors disguised as trade, investment, or remittance. Value became nomadic. It did not remain where enforcement was strongest. It moved where enforcement was slow. This caused a strange displacement of risk. Enforcement intensified in one area. Financial activity ghosted into another. Each tightening knot in one region loosened something somewhere else. Global systems do not close evenly. They distort, and distortion creates opportunity. Inside the organization, this nomadic money reshaped loyalty patterns. Members no longer bonded only through territory. They bonded through networks of circulation. Someone who controlled a pipeline mattered more than someone who controlled a corner. Influence moved with access rather than with physical dominance. This subtle shift redefined power rankings quietly. For civilians, the financial web manifested in odd contradictions. High employment in some sectors, rising property values in unusual places, cash businesses flourishing in regions marked publicly as dangerous. Crime appeared destructive, yet money appeared productive. This dual reality confused economic indicators and social narratives alike. Within government institutions, this contradiction created analytical tension. On paper, disruption seemed effective. On the ground, circulation persisted. This gap between data and experience made policy feedback difficult. Which indicators mattered, which successes were real, which were optical. For the CJNG, financial invisibility became as important as its once constructed visibility. Where it had used spectacle to shape fear, it now used quiet commerce to shape endurance. The organization learned how to oscillate between these two extremes, loud enough to dominate perception, silent enough to preserve flow. This balance was not constant. The IT required continuous adjustment. When visibility spiked too high, money withdrew deeper into opacity. When attention faded slightly, circulation expanded again. This breathing pattern kept the financial engine alive under sustained pressure. Rivals who lacked this sophistication often collapsed not from violence, but from insolvency. Weapons require cash. Vehicles require maintenance. Protection requires payment. When cash flow dries up, power evaporates quietly. The CJNG rarely faced this problem during this phase. By the end of this period, one truth had become clear to those studying the conflict closely. The CJNG was no longer funded by a single criminal stream. It was sustained by a distributed economic ecosystem. And ecosystems are far harder to dismantle than enterprises. Violence may shatter structures, but money quietly rebuilds them, again and again. By the time the financial structure beneath the cartel Jalisco New Generation reached full maturation, it no longer resembled a cartel support system. It resembled an economy living parallel to the official one, that not entirely separate, not fully visible, but deeply intertwined. In this parallel economy, value moved with its own rules. Speed mattered more than volume. Trust mattered more than contracts. Silence mattered more than enforcement. A single delayed payment could destabilize a transport. Chained out, a single compromised broker could reroute entire corridors. A single frozen account could ripple outward into dozens of dependent operations. Money became the language through which stability or collapse was silently negotiated. This system did not operate through faith and leadership alone. It operated through mutual exposure. Everyone inside the web was implicated to some degree. Nobody stood completely outside it. Participation created vulnerability. Vulnerability enforced obedience. This is how financial systems create discipline without visible force. For the CJNG, this meant that loyalty was no longer enforced exclusively through intimidation. It was enforced through entanglement. Leaving the organization did not mean walking away with one's life alone. It meant walking away from credit, protection, transport, labor access, and financial anonymity. Exit became economically painful long before it became physically dangerous. As enforcement agencies pursued financial disruption more aggressively, they discovered another quiet truth. Not all money in this system belonged to criminals. Some belonged to families whose incomes now flowed through cartel-linked industries without their consent. Some belonged to workers paid through layered subcontracting chains they could not fully trace. Some belonged to vendors whose only customers were embedded in contested corridors. The line between criminal profit and civilian survival had blurred. This blurring created strategic uncertainty. How far could enforcement go without collapsing already fragile communities? Every seizure risked becoming both a victory and a humanitarian disruption. The CJNG did not need to exploit this dilemma directly. The system itself created restraint. Inside the organization, financial education quietly expanded. Members learned not only how to move goods, but how to move accounts. Not only how to protect routes, but how to protect documentation. This shift made the organization harder to dismantle with purely tactical operations. Because tactics disrupt events, they rarely dismantle systems of record. What made this phase especially dangerous in the long term was not the volume of money moving, but the predictability of its rotation. Flows became routinized, scheduled, expected. Once a financial cycle becomes predictable, it stops feeling like a crisis and starts feeling like an institution. And institutions resist removal more stubbornly than networks. For local economies under heavy cartel presence, this created disturbing contradictions. New construction appeared in unstable regions. Cash businesses thrived beside abandoned schools. Luxury vehicles passed through streets with failing infrastructure. Money circulated, but it did not heal. It only coexisted with decay. For younger residents watching this paradox unfold, the lesson was quietly destructive. Power appeared to move through shadow systems more efficiently than through public ones. Work inside the parallel economy paid faster, IT demanded less. Patience.IT seemed to skip steps that official life imposed. This perception did not emerge from ideology.IT emerged from observation. Inside the CJNG, leaders understood this influence well. They did not need to preach allegiance. The financial web recruited passively by shaping local opportunity. People moved toward income long before they moved toward loyalty. Meanwhile, rivals continued to fail not always from violence, but from economic suffocation. Without reliable circulation, fear alone could not sustain an organization. Members defected not because they were brave, but because they could no longer be paid. And unpaid fear is unstable fear. By this stage, the CJNG did not need to monopolize every route. IT only needed to monopolize reliability. Rivals might move product occasionally. The CJNG moved product consistently. Consistency builds trust. Trust builds dependence. Dependence builds empire. The web of money became the organization's most decisive weapon. Invisible, elastic, persistent. Violence could be answered. Visibility could be countered. But circulation is much harder to confront because it disguises itself as ordinary life. For authorities, this was the most disheartening realization. Even when operations succeeded, the financial web absorbed shock. Even when leadership layers were disrupted, rotation resumed. Even when corridors closed, new ones opened with familiar efficiency. And so the conflict entered a strange phase. The state pursued visibility. The cartel relied on invisibility of flow. The public saw the surface struggle. Below it, money quietly decided what would survive. By the close of this chapter, one truth stood unmistakably clear. The CJNG no longer functioned as a group sustained by crime. IT functioned as a system sustained by circulation of value under pressure. And systems like this do not collapse suddenly. They erode slowly, if they erode at all. Long after the sound of gunfire faded from one street or another, the web of money continued moving beneath everything, breathing, rotating, waiting. Chapter 8. The Inner Circles, Loyalty, Fear, and Controlled Betrayal. Every empire is built in layers. What the outside world sees is the surface, routes, convoys, clashes, arrests. But beneath that surface exists something far more decisive, the inner circles. Inside the cartel Jalisco New Generation, power did not flow freely through trust. IT flowed through controlled access. Contrary to the mythology of brotherhood that often surrounds criminal organizations, loyalty inside this structure was not emotional. IT was engineered. No one was ever allowed to hold enough information to fully understand the entire machine. Each person knew only what their function required. Awareness stayed narrow. Responsibility stayed precise. Risk stayed isolated. This design made betrayal possible, but collapse unlikely. At the lowest levels, members experienced the cartel as a rigid discipline of survival. You followed instructions. You moved when told. You asked no questions. At these levels, fear did most of the work. Fear of punishment, fear of replacement, fear of silence. But fear alone does not sustain an empire. Above them sat the coordinators, transport brokers, safe house managers, supply chiefs, local financiers. These figures did not rise through brute force. They rose through consistency without drama. They were selected not for daring, but for predictability. Predictable men are easier to trust with fragile systems. These coordinators lived a different psychological reality. They did not fear death as constantly. They feared displacement, being reassigned, being sidelined, being replaced without warning. In this kind of structure, removal did not arrive with violence. IT arrived with irrelevance. And irrelevance is quieter than execution. At the highest levels of the organization, the environment changed again. Here, fear became more abstract, not fear of punishment, fear of becoming visible. Visibility meant compression. Compression meant exposure. Exposure meant the system was threatened. Power at this level depended on remaining indistinct. Influence without outline. At the very center of these circles rested the unseen axis of authority. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes was not surrounded by crowds. He was surrounded by filters, layers of intermediaries, distance measured in decisions rather than in meters. communication traveling through vetted paths that never revealed full origin. This preserved him not only physically, but structurally. Direct loyalty to the leader was rare. Structural loyalty to the organization was the goal. You did not pledge to a man, you pledged to a system. That protected your circulation. This allowed the organization to survive any single disappearance without psychological collapse. Fear moved upward differently than it moved downward at the bottom. Fear was physical at the top. Fear was informational. Who knows what? Who has spoken too much? Who has become predictable? Predictability at this level was more dangerous than defiance. Betrayal existed in this environment. It always does. But it rarely looked like dramatic defection. It looked like data. Leakage, small confirmations, minor timing disclosures, subtle route exposure. Enough to cause disruption, but rarely enough to take down the whole structure. This is the difference between betrayal by ideology and betrayal by opportunity. When internal leaks were suspected, the response was rarely immediate. The organization understood something essential about systems under pressure. Sudden purges create noise. Noise attracts attention. Attention compresses everything. Instead, suspicion was allowed to. Patterns were observed quietly. Disruptions triangulated. And only when certainty exceeded doubt did correction arrive. Correction also did not always arrive as violence. Sometimes it arrived as reassignment. Sometimes as freezing out. Sometimes as economic suffocation. People learned that death was not the only ending. Obscurity could be one too. For high-level insiders, this created constant low-grade paranoia. Not panic, not dread, but sustained alertness. The knowledge that survival depended not only on obedience, but on remaining unremarkable. Being exceptional drew attention. Being invisible preserved function. The inner circles also controlled how ambition was expressed. Ambition could be tolerated at lower levels. It was dangerous at higher ones. Those who reached too visibly upward created instability, and instability was treated as contingency risk, not as personal flaw. This is how the organization balanced two opposing forces: the ambition required to expand, and the restraint required to endure. Too much of either destabilized the structure. For those inside the inner circles, life became emotionally narrow. Friendships were temporary. Trust was functional. Identity merged with role. There was little room for self, only for position, and positions rotated. The punishment for betrayal at this level was not always violent, but it was always final. Once trust at these layers was revoked, there was no redemption. No public fall. No dramatic ending. Only disappearance from relevance. By the end of this phase, the CJNG had perfected something far more durable than terror. It had perfected layered obedience. Fear at the bottom, dependency in the middle, abstraction at the top. Each layer reinforcing the others. Each layer protecting the center. And in systems built this way, betrayal does not create collapse. It becomes absorption of damage, quietly repaired, almost without notice. Inside the structure of the cartel Jalisco New Generation, loyalty was never treated as a feeling. It was treated as a resource, something to be cultivated, rationed, tested, and, when necessary, withdrawn. At the lowest levels, loyalty was enforced through proximity to danger. You stayed loyal because you lived close to consequence, because you saw what happened to those who hesitated, because the environment itself trained obedience faster than any speech ever could. Here, loyalty meant survival. At higher levels, loyalty took a different shape. It became investment-based. People were given just enough responsibility to feel important, just enough privilege to feel protected, just enough access to fear losing it. This created a bond not of affection, but of dependence. The most dangerous position inside the CJNG was not that of the soldier. It was the position of the intermediary, the one who connected money to movement, the one who transmitted orders across layers, the one who knew the rhythm of both sides without fully belonging to either. These figures operated in a narrow emotional corridor, trusted enough to function, never trusted enough to be safe. Their loyalty was measured constantly, through subtle audits of behavior, through timing of responses, through unfinished instructions designed to test initiative. Those who failed did not always fall. Sometimes they were simply moved sideways, into roles where they could no longer damage core flow. This was not mercy.it was. Insulation.at the highest levels. Loyalty was no longer emotional or financial.it became architectural. You did not stay loyal because you feared punishment. You stayed loyal because the organization itself had become the only environment in which your role made sense. Outside of it, your skills might exist, but your relevance would not. This principle extended toward the very center. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not bind his closest circles through affection or ideology that he bound them through functional necessity. Each of them became a load-bearing wall inside a deeper structure. Removing one wrist collapsed. Collapse was anticipated. Redundancy was built quietly behind them. This created a strange contradiction. Everyone near the center was indispensable, and yet everyone was replaceable. What mattered was not the individual.it was the continuity of function. Betrayal inside this environment did not arrive dramatically. It rarely came with a single act. It arrived as drift, delayed responses, incomplete reporting, subtle misalignments between instruction and execution. These signs were not confronted immediately. They were observed quietly, because systems under pressure do not survive through speed alone. They survive through confirmation. When the moment of correction finally arrived, it was often silent. A person stopped receiving calls. A payment was delayed and never resumed. Access disappeared without explanation. No announcement needed to be made. The structure simply adjusted, and the absence was never discussed. For those still inside, this created a powerful emotional discipline. Not terror, not panic, but sustained caution. You did not ask where someone had gone. You adjusted to their absence. The organization did not reward curiosity. It rewarded continuity. Internal pressure increased from state operations and rival infiltration. The CJNG began narrowing its inner circles even further. Layers that once required 3 intermediaries now required 5. Information that once passed freely now fragmentized into parts. No single individual carried a complete picture anymore. This increased inefficiency, but it multiplied survivability. For law enforcement, this created a nightmare structure. Capturing one person revealed little. Capturing several revealed patterns, but patterns dissolved as quickly as they formed. The organization did not resemble a chain. It resembled a mesh, cut in one place, tension redistributed elsewhere. Inside that mesh, loyalty became procedural. It was no longer asked, "Who are you loyal to?" It was measured as, "Do you still function correctly?" This stripped away the romantic image of inner sanctums and sworn brotherhood. The real inner circle did not feel like family. It felt like being inside a machine that never slept, where your place mattered, but your identity did not. For those who remained inside these upper layers long enough, a subtle psychological shift occurred. They stopped thinking in terms of personal future. They began thinking in terms of system preservation. How long can this process endure? Where can it bend? What can it absorb? What must it discard? This mindset makes people unervingly calm about catastrophes, because catastrophe becomes just another variable. The CJNG did not need loyalty to be noble. It only needed loyalty to be stable. And stability does not require belief. It requires alignment under pressure. Betrayals continued to occur quietly at the margins. Nothing ever unraveled spectacularly. There was no great internal reckoning. No public purge. No ideological fracture. Only the slow, ongoing filtration of risk, layer by layer. For outsiders, this made the organization appear almost emotionless. For insiders, it created an atmosphere where emotion was simply inefficient. Only motion mattered. Only coordination survived. Only repetition endured. By the end of this phase, the inner circles of the CJNG had become more than a command structure. They had become a self-regulating organism, capable of replacing damaged tissue, capable of isolating infection, capable of continuing even when pieces disappeared. And in self-regulating systems, betrayal no longer threatens existence. It merely becomes another form of pressure to be absorbed, to be adjusted around, to be forgotten. By the time the inner architecture of the cartel Jalisco New Generation reached full maturity, loyalty no longer felt like allegiance. It felt like precision alignment. Everyone knew where their movement ended, and no one knew where the entire structure began. This is how the organization neutralized one of the oldest dangers in criminal power. The danger of knowing too much to any person, regardless of rank, could destroy the system with information alone. Knowledge was purposely incomplete, always partial, always isolated, always delayed. For those closest to the center, this created a strange emotional weight. They lived near influence, but never fully inside certainty. Decisions passed through them, but never rested with them completely. This prevented rebellion not through fear, but through disempowerment by design. You cannot overthrow what you cannot visualize. The very core of this structure remained the unseen axis. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes was not a figure you visited, he was a figure you moved around. His presence was felt through timing, through permission, through silence. This created authority without proximity, which is among the rarest and most stable forms of power. Those who entered the innermost layers learned one of the organization's quietest lessons. Survival did not depend on being trusted. It depended on being functionally invisible while remaining useful. Visibility here was not dangerous because of law enforcement. It was dangerous because of proximity to replacement. The concept of punishment at this level also transformed. Public consequences vanished. There were no warnings to no examples made. Examples created noise. Noise attracted compression. Instead, consequences faded into absence. They office emptied. A route reassigned. A voice removed from the chain. That narrative followed. Only recalibration. This environment eroded emotional attachment quickly. Friendship felt risky. Mentorship created dependency. Even gratitude was monitored, because gratitude implies reckoning, and reckoning implies comparison. Comparison creates ambition. This emotional narrowing was not cruelty for its own sake. It was risk management applied to identity. Identity made people unpredictable. Predictability made systems fragile. Identity was minimized. State pressure continued applying stress from the outside. This internal structure absorbed it without panic. For every arrest at upper levels, 3 contingency protocols activated silently. For every seizure of assets, reserve channels opened without announcement. Nothing reacted emotionally. Everything reacted administratively. This administrative response to catastrophe distinguished the CJNG from most fragmented criminal organizations. Chaos did not ripple upward dramatically. It dissolved sideways. Loss became redistribution. Damage became redistribution. Fear became redistribution. Betrayals continued. They always do. Some were deliberate. Some were coerced. Some were accidental. But none of them produced spectacle. The organization refused to make martyrs of traitors. It refused to elevate defection into meaning. It simply erased impact. This is how the CJNG turned betrayal into a manageable variable rather than an existential threat. That a leak was not the end. That it was only a recalculation. For law enforcement, this created one of the most frustrating challenges. There was no dramatic moment where the organization collapsed inward. No cascade of informants. No visible fracture lines that widened into rupture. Only small, localized disruptions that healed faster than they could be studied. For civilians living beneath this system, the inner circles remained invisible entirely. They experienced only the consequences. Routes opening and closing, markets stabilizing, then shifting. The machine felt large, but its operators felt distant, almost unreal. For younger members who rose far enough to glimpse fragments of this inner world, the realization was unsettling. They discovered that power was not loud. It was not celebrated. It was not even especially emotional. Power was organized, silenced. The highest levels. Fear no longer related to death. It related to erasure of position. TO being replaced in a recalibration you would never see coming. TO being removed without being wrong. This fear was quieter than fear of violence, but far more corrosive. The CJNG continued surviving under national and international pressure. Its inner circles grew even narrower. Access became privilege. Privilege became vulnerability. Every elevation increased scrutiny. Every promotion shortened margin of error. Those who climbed high enough learned a heavy truth. There was no victory condition at the top. Only continuous balancing. By the end of this chapter of the organization's evolution, the inner circles no longer resembled a human hierarchy. They resembled a continuously adjusting blueprint. Individuals passed through roles, roles outlasted individuals, and the system endured without warning. This is how the CJNG achieved one of its most dangerous adaptations. It built a structure where loyalty was procedural, fear was administrative, betrayal was absorbable, and authority existed without exposure. The deeper one moved toward the center, the less human the environment became. And in environments where humanity fades, system survival becomes everything. Chapter 9. Shadows Beyond the Border. The global reach begins. For years, the power of the cartel Jalisco New Generation had been measured in convoys, corridors, and contested cities. But power that survives long enough always seeks something else. Distance. Distance from pressure. Distance from predictable risk. Distance from the geography that made it visible. This is how the CJNG's story began extending quietly beyond national borders. First, this expansion did not resemble conquest. There were no public declarations, no dramatic announcements, only subtle changes in movement, shipments that no longer ended where they used to, contacts that now spoke with unfamiliar accents, money that began returning through unfamiliar channels. The reach was growing, quietly. International expansion did not mean abandoning domestic control. It meant layering operations so that no single disruption could ever shut down the entire machine. That if one corridor tightened, another breathed more freely elsewhere. This redundancy was not a luxury. It was survival strategy for organizations like the CJNG. Borders are not lines. They are filters, places where risk concentrates, where oversight thickens, where mistakes become permanent. Crossing them requires more than speed. It requires relationships built in advance. These relationships did not form through ideology. They formed through compatibility of systems, transport networks that already moved goods, financial channels that already moved currency, port infrastructures that already handled enormous flows. The CJNG did not need to build new worlds. It learned how to nest inside existing ones. At this stage, the international movement was not carried out by the most visible elements of the organization. It was handled by those whose work already lived close to legitimacy: brokers, logistics planners, export intermediaries, financial translators between currencies and jurisdictions. These figures never appeared in footage, but without them, nothing crossed smoothly. Inside the organization, the logic was clear: visibility attracts pressure. Distance diffuses it. By extending operational layers outward, the CJNG created a buffer zone between itself and full compression. Enforcement became slower. Jurisdiction became fragmented. Coordination across borders became heavier and more political. All of this created time. And time is the most valuable resource in prolonged conflict. The center of this quiet shift remained the same unseen axis. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not announce a global ambition, but the system shaped. Under his leadership gravitated naturally toward dispersion, not out of grand design. Out of structural necessity, as pressure intensified inside Mexico, every international channel gained new importance. That a shipment intercepted abroad did not echo back into immediate retaliation at home the way local seizures once did. Distance muffled consequence. Distance slowed reaction. Distance allowed recalibration without spectacle. Authorities observed these changes with growing concern. The conflict was no longer limited to a domestic problem. It was becoming transnational persistence. Local solutions would no longer be sufficient, but international solutions moved slowly by design. And slowness benefits those who already move quickly. For civilians, the global expansion was invisible. Life still revolved around familiar tensions, checkpoints, markets, curfews, rumors. The idea that the organization beneath these daily stresses now touched distant countries did not register emotionally. Power still felt local. Only analysts saw the widening map. For rival organizations, this expansion created a new psychological divide. Some could not follow past national borders. Their operations were rooted too deeply in local dynamics. They became regionally powerful and globally irrelevant. Others attempted international reach without sufficient insulation. They attracted immediate attention and collapsed quickly. The CJNG moved differently. It extended without revealing. Inside the organization, This phase demanded a new kind of trust. Trust in systems beyond direct visibility. Trust in partners never met in person. Trust in contracts enforced not by proximity, but by mutual vulnerability. This widened the emotional distance between cause and consequence, which hardened the structure further. Financial flows also began shifting weight abroad. Currency conversion happens faster where oversight is thinner. Trade disguise works better where documentation moves in layers. Each new financial seam added complexity, and as complexity increased, traceability weakened. The global shadows did not grow suddenly. They stretched, gradually, almost imperceptibly, from one port to another, from one banking corridor to another, from one continent to the next, and as this reach expanded, the meaning of the CJNG began to change subtly. To IT was no longer only a cartel defined by territorial dominance. That IT was becoming a network defined by persistence across distance. That a system that could lose ground in one region and quietly deepen roots in another. This does not create invincibility, but it creates strategic inertia. Momentum that continues even when one direction slows. That be why the end of this opening stage of international expansion, the CGNG had accomplished something decisive. IT had unlinked part of its survival from any single geography. The conflict in Mexico still shaped its identity, but it no longer defined the limits of its reach. The map was widening, the pressure was spreading, and the shadow of the organization was no longer confined to one nation's borders. Once the international corridors began to stabilize, the nature of power inside the cartel Jalisco New Generation shifted again. It no longer defined only by movement through land routes, no longer limited to proximity and physical control. Now power flowed through distance, and distance reshaped everything. Across borders, enforcement does not move with one rhythm. Each nation carries its own laws, its own priorities, its own thresholds of urgency. What feels like crisis in one region feels like background noise in another. The CJNG learned how to hide inside those differences. In one country, shipments were watched closely. In another, oversight moved slowly. Goods passed through one port under suspicion and reappeared in another under normal documentation. No single authority saw the entire path. Each saw only a fragment, and fragments rarely tell the full truth. This fragmentation gave the organization a new advantage, not invisibility, but diffusion of accountability. When responsibility is spread thinly across many jurisdictions, it becomes harder to assign urgency anywhere. Inside the organization, international operations were separated from domestic conflicts deliberately. Different cells, different communication layers, different financial circuits. This prevented a crackdown in one sphere from instantly collapsing the other. The CJNG did not behave as one global unit. IT behaved as connected islands. For the individuals staffing these international layers, the emotional tone of their work differed completely from those operating in contested streets. They did not hear gunfire. They watched screens. They did not see checkpoints. They tracked shipments. Their risks were legal, not immediate, delayed, not explosive. This created a quiet internal divide. Two different kinds of danger. Two different kinds of loyalty. At the center of this divide remained the same stabilizing logic. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not oversee each international transaction personally. He did not need to. He had shaped a system that selected for competence and silence. Mistakes here were not punished dramatically. They were isolated and replaced, because exposure abroad carried far greater strategic cost than failure at home. The CJNG's international presence did not expand through conquest of rival cartels overseas. IT expanded through coexistence. Local groups already controlling territory allowed access in exchange for stability and profit. The CJNG did not need to dominate foreign cities. IT needed to pass through them quietly. This reduced friction, and friction always draws attention. Money followed the same pattern. Financial flows grew quieter as they traveled farther from the original source. Cash transformed into wires. Wires transformed into contracts. Contracts transformed into assets. Each transformation erased fingerprints. For authorities tracing these movements, the challenge became less about catching criminals and more about understanding patterns without clear origins. When money enters a system already saturated with trade, Distinguishing criminal flow from ordinary commerce becomes extraordinarily difficult. This is where crimes become statistical shadows rather than visible acts. As this international web grew, the CJNG began absorbing global volatility into its planning. Economic downturns, supply chain disruptions, regulatory changes. These were not threats. They were weather systems that TOB studied, TOB anticipated, TOB exploited. This represented a profound evolution. The organization was no longer reacting only to law enforcement and rivals. It was adapting to global economic climate. This placed it psychologically closer to a multinational operation than a street-based cartel. For civilians at home, none of this evolution was visible. They still experienced fear locally, still heard rumors, still watched confrontations. The idea that the same structure influencing their town might also be shaping flows across oceans felt abstract, almost unreal. Inside enforcement agencies, however, concern deepened as intelligence maps widened. The CJNG was no longer a regional power. It was becoming a distributed presence, and distributed problems do not yield to centralized solutions easily. This triggered a new phase of international coordination, joint task forces, shared databases, cross-border warrants. Yet, even coordination struggles against speed when data must pass through political layers. Diplomacy slows what criminals accelerate. Inside the CJNG, this slowness became another quiet advantage. International partners knew that if something moved smoothly for long enough, it would start to feel normal. And once something feels normal, enforcement pressure wanes. Attention shifts elsewhere. This is how shadows survive in daylight. As time passed, international routes began to feel routine to those who managed them. Shipments scheduled, delays anticipated, losses absorbed. Criminal enterprise began to resemble global trade discipline. The same elements appeared: lead times, risk buffers, supply diversification. The CJNG was no longer improvising globally. It was operating globally. The psychological distance created by this expansion also affected how violence was perceived internally. Deaths at home remained central, but losses abroad felt abstract. Financial disruptions mattered more than immediate human cost in foreign spheres. This emotional distance hardened decision-making, which made it colder, but also more consistent. By the close of this stage, the CJNG had achieved something few criminal organizations ever reached. It had learned how to survive as a transnational system while remaining rooted as a local power. One identity did not cancel the other. They reinforced each other. Domestic dominance created stability for global movement. Global movement created resilience for domestic endurance. Together, they formed a self-reinforcing loop, harder to compress, harder to isolate, harder to exhaust. The shadows beyond the border were no longer extensions. They were becoming parallel worlds of influence. And the more worlds a system occupies, the harder it is to force it back into one. By the time the international structures connected to the cartel Jalisco New Generation had fully settled into rhythm, the meaning of distance changed forever. What once separated risk now absorbed it. Ocean crossings no longer symbolized escape. They symbolized insulation. A buffer between threat and function. The organization no longer lived only in the geography of feared. It now lived in schedules, in shipping quotas, in currency timings, in contracts written in layers too abstract to resemble their violent origin. Every added layer between source and destination weakened the force of intervention. Domestic conflict still flared. Arrests still happened. Checkpoints still appeared without warning. But the system no longer depended exclusively on uninterrupted local flow. That if one artery tightened, another compensated. If one region locked down, another breathed freely. This elasticity redefined what survival meant. For the individuals working within these international shadows, daily life felt strangely normal. Office work replaced street vigilance. Time zones replaced patrol routes. Regulatory codes replaced gunfire. Risk was still present, but it arrived through audits, subpoenas, and account freezes, delayed, legal, often impersonal. This created an unprecedented psychological split inside the organization. Those on the ground experienced violence as immediate survival. Those abroad experienced violence as background origin, far removed from daily tasks. Both served the same structure, but They lived in different emotional worlds. This division deepened. Coordination required new forms of control. Information moved cautiously between layers. Details were filtered even more heavily. Those abroad never needed to know what happened last night on contested streets. Those at home never needed to know which port cleared a shipment last month. Distance became not only geographic, but informational. The center of this transformation, the structure designed under the influence of Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes demonstrated its most critical adaptation. It no longer required physical concentration of power. It functioned through distributed command. Authority traveled as permission rather than presence. This made targeting feel abstract. Who do you pursue when command exists as timing rather than location? For international authorities, this created a new layer of complexity. Success in one country created pressure elsewhere. Intelligence arrests in one jurisdiction produced silence in another. Why the time connections were mapped. The map had already shifted. Cross-border cooperation increased. So did classification levels. So did the number of agencies watching the same shadows. But coordination across political systems always carries delay, and delay always benefits those who move continuously. Meanwhile, the financial architecture supported this dispersion flawlessly. Money crossed borders faster than warrants. Value transferred faster than suspicion. Why the time questions formed. The transaction had already become history. Within communities at home, the global expansion expressed itself only indirectly. More resources appeared. Longer endurance of conflict. Stronger ability to survive local disruption. People did not know why pressure felt endless. Only that it was, for rivals. This phase marked the end of any realistic race for scale. Some could still fight locally. Few could operate globally without collapsing. The CJNG now competed in a category most others could not even enter. Not because it was larger, but because it was more dispersed. Dispersion created anonymity of function that no single loss could cripple the whole. Every node could fail without ending the system. This architecture turned the organization into something closer to a networked organism than a centralized empire. The global shadows formed fully. Violence at home took on a new meaning. It was no longer the sole engine of survival. It was now one instrument among many. Pressure could be applied somewhere else entirely. Economic disruption could replace physical dominance. Strategic patience could outperform immediate retaliation. This marked a turning point in the organization's identity. It was no longer defined by how loudly it moved. It was now defined by how quietly it could outlast disruption. Even the idea of collapse changed. Collapse no longer meant defeat. It meant fragmentation. And fragmentation, in distributed systems, does not always mean extinction. It can mean evolution. For the CJNG, global reach did not guarantee invulnerability, but it fundamentally altered the mathematics of suppression. The conflict was no longer one country against one organization. It had become a struggle across interconnected systems that no single authority fully commanded. The shadows beyond the border had become part of the organization's bloodstream. Not an accessory. Not an extension. A necessity. And once survival becomes transnational, the meaning of containment changes forever. Chapter 10. The hunt intensifies. A world searching for a ghost. When an organization becomes too stable to collapse quickly, attention always narrows toward one remaining objective, the center. For the world now tracking the cartel Jalisco New Generation, that center had a name that echoed through intelligence rooms, press briefings, and quiet strategy sessions. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes, the man who never appeared, the voice never recorded, the figure no camera could hold. For years, pressure had been applied outward, cells disrupted, routes targeted, finances strained, international networks examined. Yet the core function held. And when the outer layers fail to collapse the system, pursuit always tightens toward the architect. The hunt for Oseguera did not begin as a single operation. It accumulated slowly, fragment by fragment. Each arrest created another incomplete narrative. Each seizure added another partial picture. Each intercepted communication hinted at structure, but never revealed the full path. Intelligence did not arrive as revelation. It arrived as accumulation without conclusion. What made the pursuit especially difficult was not only his invisibility. It was the absence of pattern No regular family movement, no stable public residences, no predictable communication signature. His life, as far as the world could measure it, appeared to exist between moments rather than within them. Authorities increased pressure methodically. Rewards grew. International warrants expanded. Surveillance widened across multiple continents, information sharing. Agreements tightened. Yet the man remained unlocated, not missing, uncaught. This created a dangerous psychological inversion. The more the world searched for him, the larger his absence became. Each failed operation reinforced a quiet myth that he was always elsewhere, that pursuit always arrived slightly too late, that even proximity did not guarantee presence. Inside the CJNG, this intense external focus reshaped internal posture. Protecting the leader was no longer a logistical task alone. It became a structural obsession. Every layer nearest to command was thinned, every interaction filtered, every dependency examined for risk. Oseguera was no longer protected by walls alone, that he was protected by distance engineered into the organization itself. This created a shift in how authority operated. Decisions no longer depended on real-time access. Permission traveled through delayed confirmations. Orders arrived without revealing point of origin. Power no longer moved through presence. It moved through confirmation of authorization. For those inside the upper layers, this meant they rarely interacted with the same intermediary twice. Channels rotated, access paths shifted, even trusted figures were reshuffled continuously. This prevented the formation of any stable trail that investigators could reconstruct backward. For enforcement agencies, this produced an exhausting pattern. Every lead expired before it could be deepened. Every signal decayed into ambiguity. Every near miss expanded the sense that the target did not occupy space the way others did. This led to a critical realization. The hunt was no longer about finding a man moving through geography. It was about confronting a man embedded inside a system designed for disappearance. Unlike traditional fugitives, Oseguera did not survive by running. He survived by never arriving, never settling, never creating stillness that could be measured. Movement itself became his shelter, while the public narrative framed this as a dramatic chase. Inside strategy rooms, the mood was quieter, sobering. The longer the hunt persisted without resolution, the clearer one truth became. Time favored the one who already lived inside time, and Oseguera had designed his life around delay, deflection, and diffusion. Meanwhile, the cartel Jalisco New Generation continued operating without visible disruption from the growing spotlight. This reinforced the most troubling perception of all, that removing the leader, even if possible, might not end the system. For many analysts, this was the most dangerous phase of the CJNG's evolution, the moment when leadership becomes both symbolically central and structurally redundant at the same time. That if the leader falls, the myth intensifies. If he remains free, the myth stabilizes. Either outcome carries power. The world watched the hunt with rising expectation. Each rumor promised imminent capture. Each rumor vanished quietly. And with each vanishing promise, the sense of inevitability deepened. Not inevitability of arrest, inevitability of prolonged pursuit without closure. Inside communities already strained by years of conflict, this endless hunt became background noise. Another headline, another reward, another operation. None of it changed the rhythm of real life beneath it. The absence remained. The structure remained. Fear adjusted. This is the strange fate of modern manhunts at this scale. They do not always culminate in dramatic arrests. Sometimes they settle into permanent surveillance without resolution. A shadow chasing a shadow. By the close of this phase, the hunt itself had become part of the CJNG's identity, not as vulnerability, but as proof of endurance. The longer the pursuit lasted, the more it confirmed the organization's belief that it could not be reached directly. The question was no longer whether the world would keep searching. That much was guaranteed. The question was whether the search would ever truly converge on its target, or whether the ghost would continue teaching the world how far power can stretch when it learns how to disappear. As the search for Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes expanded across borders and agencies, the nature of the hunt began to change. It was no longer reactive. It became anticipatory. Instead of chasing confirmed sightings, authorities began hunting probabilities, likely patterns, inferred habits, statistical shadows left by indirect movement. The man himself rarely appeared, but systems built to protect him left echoes. Every intercepted route suggested a gap. Every abandoned safe location suggested timing. Every unexplained shift in cartel coordination suggested proximity. Yet none of these signals lasted long enough to harden into certainty. By the time a theory emerged, the organization had already moved somewhere else. The most frustrating element of the pursuit was not lack of intelligence. It was too much intelligence without cohesion. Different agencies collected different fragments. Some focused on finances, some on communications, some on logistics, some on human sources. Each fragment made sense. Alone, together, they never aligned perfectly at the same moment. This fragmentation of knowledge mirrored the fragmentation inside the CJNG itself. The structure that protected the leader had been deliberately built to scatter information outward, so the pursuit scattered inward in response. Both sides operated inside broken mirrors as pressure intensified. Authorities attempted to disrupt potential protective circles. Family members were monitored. Known associates were tracked. Historic allies were mapped. Yet Oseguera did not anchor himself to any single human cluster long enough to be vulnerable. Attachment created predictability. Predictability created danger. So attachment was minimized. This isolation carried psychological cost. To remain unseen indefinitely requires steady emotional withdrawal. No public life. No routine social presence. No predictable personal rhythm. Life compresses into movement and silence. The world becomes something you pass through rather than inhabit. Inside the CJNG, few people truly knew when the leader was near or far. Proximity lost meaning. Authority arrived through confirmation, not presence. Messages carried approval without revealing origin. Permission moved faster than location. This dissolved the idea that leadership required physical center. For those charged with protecting him, the responsibility became existential. Any mistake invited catastrophic consequence. Yet they could not even measure the full perimeter they were defending, because the perimeter did not exist as a circle. It existed as a constantly shifting shape, redrawn by movement itself. As international cooperation widened, new forms of surveillance layered onto the hunt: satellite tracking, digital tracing, pattern recognition systems, predictive modeling. Yet even these advanced tools struggled against a target designed not to generate consistent data. A man who never becomes routine does not leave rhythms to follow. The hunt also began intruding into symbolic territory. The longer Oseguera remained unseen, the more his unseen status became part of the conflict psychology. For some, he became an emblem of systemic failure. For others, an emblem of structural mastery. Neither interpretation brought resolution. Both deepened fixation. Inside the cartel Jalisco New Generation, this fixation was understood clearly. Every new reward announcement, every press briefing, every rumor of near capture, all of it functioned as proof that attention remained polarized around one figure. And while attention clustered there, the wider organization continued breathing. This created a disturbing strategic comfort. The system did not need to eliminate the hunt. It only needed to outlast its momentum. Every unanswered pursuit eventually risks becoming background noise. For the public, the manhunt unfolded through waves of anticipation and disappointment. Rumors surged, then vanished. Operations unfolded, then closed. Each cycle chipped away at the emotional force of headlines. What once felt urgent began to feel repetitive, and repetition dulls pressure. As years passed, suspicion crept into even the most committed pursuit teams. Not doubt of the search itself, but doubt of whether closure would ever arrive in conventional form. The target did not behave like a traditional fugitive. He behaved like a function embedded in motion. Inside strategic circles, a difficult question emerged quietly. If the leader were removed tomorrow, would the system collapse? Or would the removal only confirm that the system had already learned how to survive without singular command? There was no clear answer. This uncertainty altered enforcement logic. Rather than imagining the hunt as a final blow, it began to be seen as a pressure maintenance strategy. Keep the leader unstable. Keep the system cautious. Keep movement costly. Victory was no longer defined as capture alone. It became defined as continued disruption. Yet, even disruption carried diminishing returns. Cells adapted, routes rotated, financial systems absorbed shock. The pressure was constant. So was the adaptation. For those living in regions where the CJNG remained active, the hunt felt distant and abstract. It did not change the rhythm of the street. It did not remove checkpoints. It did not quiet the rumors. That it existed mostly in headlines. Life beneath it remained governed by structures that did not require the leader's visible presence to function. This dissonance between global pursuit and local reality deepened the sense that the conflict had become structural rather than personal. The world was chasing a man, but people were living under a system. As the hunt entered this prolonged phase, the idea of time itself shifted. No one asked how long it would take anymore. They asked only what it would look like if it never truly ended. And in that question lived the most unsettling realization of all, that the hunt for the ghost might one day outlast the memory of when it began. Chapter 11. The Cost to the Innocent. Life beneath the shadow. Power is often measured through territory, through routes, through arrests, through money. But the truest measurement of any criminal empire is found somewhere else. In the quiet, ordinary lives that must adjust around it. Beneath the shadow of the cartel Jalisco New Generation, this adjustment became a way of life. Not as a moment of fear, but as a daily condition for most civilians. The CJNG did not announce itself directly. There were no speeches, no uniforms, no official declarations. Power arrived. Instead, through subtle shifts. A road that closed unexpectedly. A shop that changed hands overnight. A family that packed quietly and never returned. Nothing dramatic. Nothing explained. Just changed. At first, people tried to interpret these changes as coincidence. Crime has always existed. Violence has always surged and faded. But as months became years, a pattern settled in. The changes were no longer random. They were directional. Point one group replaced another. Point one structure grew as another dissolved. Fear did not spike and retreat. It flattened into background noise. Children learned the sound of engines before they learned the meaning of sirens. They learned when to stop playing without being told. They learned which houses to avoid without asking why. None of this required explanation. The environment taught the rules quietly. For parents, daily life became a calculation exercise. Which school route was safer this month? Which market was stable this week? Which nights were better for staying? Indoors, they did not ask if danger existed. They asked only where it was likely to move next. Inside towns that fell under direct influence, normal authority blurred. Police uniforms still appeared, but decisions felt delayed. Paperwork moved slowly. Investigations stopped without explanation. Justice arrived, when it arrived at all, out of rhythm with urgency. This created confusion rather than rebellion. People did not rise up, they adjusted downward. The CJNG did not need to replace government. Openly, it replaced expectation. Expectation of protection, expectation of recourse, expectation that wrongdoing would meet consequence. Once those expectations began fading, control no longer required constant display. It existed through absence of correction. Merchants adapted first. Pricing shifted quietly. Delivery schedules altered. Cash transactions replaced electronic ones in many places. Risk premiums appeared invisibly inside ordinary consumer costs. People paid more without always knowing why. Workers adjusted next. Some accepted new logistics jobs they did not fully understand. Others accepted silence as part of employment. Questions disappeared from conversations. Not because people had no curiosity, because curiosity came to feel expensive. Families learned new definitions of success. Safety became more valuable than ambition. Stability mattered more than growth. Moving slowly felt wiser than rising quickly. This inversion of values happens quietly under long pressure. It does not announce itself as feared. It presents itself as prudence. For those who lost sons, daughters, siblings, and parents to the conflict, grief unfolded differently than it had in other eras. There were no clear fronts. No declared wars. No defined victories or defeats. Loss arrived in fragments. In unresolved disappearances. In departures without traces. In silence where voices once lived. Many never learned what truly happened. Not because truth did not exist, but because the pathway to truth closed before they could reach it. Investigation requires cooperation. Cooperation requires safety. Safety became rare in this environment. Memory became fragile. Official records did not always match lived experience. Headlines moved faster than stories could heal. The past did not settle into history. It hovered as unresolved presence. The psychological cost of this condition grew heavier than the physical danger. Living without predictable rules erodes certainty, and certainty is what allows people to plan, to dream, to invest emotionally in tomorrow. When certainty dissolves, futures shrink. The CJNG did not target civilians as its primary objective. It did not need to. Collateral reality shaped behavior just as effectively. When people reorganize their lives around avoiding harm, power has already achieved what violence alone cannot. For those watching from outside these regions, the conflict appeared as waves of headlines. Another clash, another seizure, another operation, but beneath those headlines, ordinary households experienced continuous compression, a narrowing of possibility, a contraction of expectation. The most unsettling aspect of this reality was how normal it began to feel. Children grew up never knowing anything else. Teenagers planned futures that already accounted for invisible boundaries. Adults aged into restraint without remembering when restraint began. Fear no longer felt acute. It felt structural. Inside this daily atmosphere, the name of the CJNG was not always spoken. It did not need to be. Everybody knew. Names lose importance when the presence behind them becomes constant. The invisible power of the organization lay not only in what it controlled, but in what it silenced without needing to threaten. People learned which subjects to avoid, which details to withhold, which stories not to retell. This social self-editing became automatic. For many families, the greatest loss was not physical violence. It was the theft of ordinary expectation, the ability to assume tomorrow would resemble today, the ability to believe that effort alone could shape destiny. Under prolonged shadow, belief becomes conditional. This is how the cost to the innocent accumulates, not always in numbers that fit into reports, but in quiet adjustments that rewrite entire lifetimes without ceremony. By the end of this phase, the CJNG had not only reshaped routes and finances. It had reshaped behavior itself, not through proclamations, but through prolonged, invisible pressure that taught people how to survive by shrinking. As the years passed under the steady presence of the cartel Jalisco New Generation, something subtle but devastating took root inside daily life. People did not simply fear danger. They rearranged their identities around avoiding it. In many communities, conversation itself began to change. Names were shortened. Events were described without details. Sentences ended before conclusions were drawn. Not because people lacked stories, but because stories now carried risk. Children learned not only when to be quiet, but what kinds of quiet were safe. The quiet of hiding, the quiet of pretending not to notice, the quiet of not remembering aloud. These skills were not taught, they were absorbed. For teachers, classrooms became spaces of silent negotiation. What could be discussed? What could be questioned? What parts of the world could enter the room through textbooks without colliding with life outside the window? Some lessons were delivered softly, others were simply erased. For doctors and nurses, danger arrived in new forms, treating injuries that asked no questions, documenting causes without recording origins, learning when precision could place lives at risk. Medicine became entangled with discretion. For journalists who remained locally embedded, the cost became more personal. Reporting meant exposure. Exposure meant isolation. Isolation meant vulnerability. Many chose silence not because they did not care, but because caring had become unsustainable without protection. Over time, entire professions developed two languages. Point one for official records, point one for private understanding. Official language remained vague. Private language grew careful. Between the two, truth began to stretch thin. Economic life also continued to morph. Jobs tied to visible industries disappeared quietly. Jobs tied to shadow logistics appeared without advertisement. Employment drifted away from formal resumes toward informal trust. Stability depended less on certification and more on who could verify you without asking questions. This shifted the meaning of opportunity. Talent mattered less than alignment. Hard work mattered less than discretion. People learned that success depended not on what you knew, but on what you were willing not to ask. For families, inheritance began to change shape. Not land, not savings, but behavioral survival knowledge. Which neighborhoods to trust, which surnames carried danger, which nights belonged to silence. This knowledge passed down like cautionary folklore. Weddings grew smaller, public. Celebrations shortened. Large gatherings attracted too much unpredictability. Joy learned moderation. Not because people wanted less, but because visibility felt like invitation. Funerals became the strangest mirrors of all. Some were crowded with grief. Others were nearly empty. Absence told its own story. People learned which absences were safer than presence for those forced to leave. Exile did not always feel like escape. It felt like relocation with amnesia required. You did not explain why you left. You did not describe what you had seen. You carried the weight silently into a new geography. This silence traveled. Communities in other regions began absorbing people whose pasts could not be told. The shadow of the CJNG thus drifted beyond the territories it directly controlled. Not as violence, AS memory carried quietly inside displaced lives, inside the organization itself. This civilian adaptation became part of the environment that IT did not need to be enforced constantly. The adjustment was already underway. Power that reshapes behavior no longer needs to announce itself. For the state, this produced an agonizing contradiction. On paper, enforcement improved, operations increased, arrests accumulated, seizures were reported. Yet on the ground, civilians continued living as if permanence still belonged to the shadow. Statistics said progress, behavior said endurance. This gap between measured success and lived reality generated mistrust without protest. People did not publicly accuse, they simply lowered expectations. Lowered expectations create quiet resignation. Quiet resignation supports the status quo. The CJNG did not need obedience in the traditional sense that IT needed predictability of adjustment, and adjustment had become habitual. Fear, in its early stages, disrupts life. Fear, when prolonged, reorganizes it. Once life reorganizes around fear, fear no longer announces itself. The IT becomes infrastructure. For the innocent, this transformation carried the heaviest cost, not because every day involved visible violence, but because every day involved calculated limitation. Children limited where they walked, adults limited what they discussed, families limited what they hoped. Dreams themselves changed. People dreamed less of expansion, more of stability, that of remaining unnoticed, that of preserving what already existed. Ambition softened into caution, which is its own form of survival. Inside these communities, resilience did not vanish. IT simply bent inward. People found ways to laugh quietly, to celebrate briefly, to love without drawing danger. These small acts became powerful because of how restrained they were. Yet this resilience also carried fatigue. The body can sustain tension for only so long. Even when violence is absent, anticipation exhausts. Anticipation before every sound, before every unfamiliar car, before every unanswered call. This kind of tension taxes the nervous system invisibly. It ages people without leaving marks on skin. Children who grew under these conditions learned stress processing before they learned rest. They adapted. But adaptation is not healing. IT is endurance under altered rules. The CJNG did not create every hardship in these regions, but its persistence reshaped how hardship was experienced. Difficulty became normalized. Loss became quiet. Silence became virtue. By the end of this phase, the most unsettling truth was no longer about violence. It was about how completely routine had absorbed fear. When danger becomes background, people stop measuring its cost consciously. They simply live within it. As time stretched on beneath the influence of the cartel Jalisco New Generation, the most profound transformation took place not in streets or markets, but inside the private spaces of the home, where no headlines reached, where no official presence lingered, where families processed the conflict in silence. Inside these households, fear rarely announced itself directly. It appeared as caution in a mother's voice, as hesitation in a father's decisions, as an unspoken rule about when the door should be locked. Children learn these rules without instruction. They learn by watching adults pause. By noticing which conversations stopped, when others entered the room, by sensing the tension hidden inside ordinary routines. Even joy learned restraint. Birthdays were quieter, celebrations shorter, music softer. Not because happiness disappeared, but because exposure felt risky. Visibility meant attention. And attention no longer felt safe. For many families, the absence of a loved one became a recurring silence, not always confirmed as death, not always acknowledged as disappearance, often left suspended in uncertainty. This kind of loss does not allow mourning to complete its cycle. It suspends grief in an unfinished state, forever waiting for clarity that never arrives. Uncertainty is heavier than certainty in many ways. Certainty allows sorrow to settle. Uncertainty forces sorrow to hover. It reappears at random, during meals, during holidays, during quiet moments when memory has space to surface. In these homes, people became experts at carrying emotional weight without display. They learned how to function while burdened, work, study, care, smile, all while holding questions that had no safe outlet. For elders, the ache was often different. They compared before and after. They remembered streets that once felt open. They remembered nights that once felt quiet for different reasons. They did not necessarily speak of these memories, but they carried them as internal contrast, and contrast deepens sorrow. For younger generations, contrast did not exist. This reality was the only one they knew. They did not mourn what they had never seen. They adapted instead, which is both a strength and a quiet tragedy. In schools, children spoke the language of adaptation fluently. They changed topics without prompt. They avoided certain questions instinctively. They learned faster than any curriculum could teach them which truths were dangerous to touch. This learning was not recorded, yet it shaped them profoundly. Inside marriages, stress rearranged unspoken agreements. Who would speak to outsiders? Who would handle difficult conversations? Who would absorb the emotional shock of bad news? Roles shifted quietly under pressure, not as choice. As survival function. Some couples grew closer under shared restraint. Others drifted under unspoken tension. Fear, when sustained, does not unite or divide predictably. It does both at the same time. Economic hardship compounded the emotional toll. When livelihoods were disrupted or quietly redirected, families adapted budgets alongside boundaries. Less saving, less planning far ahead, more focus on immediate continuity. This short-term orientation crept into every decision. Communities that once relied on open trust learned the rhythm of calculated distance. Neighbors still greeted one another, still exchanged kindness, but knowledge of each other's lives narrowed. Not from hostility, from caution. This narrowing did something subtle to empathy over time. People cared deeply, but they learned not to intervene openly, not to ask too much, not to look too closely. Silent compassion replaced visible assistance, which eased danger, but also isolated suffering. Inside this environment, the CJNG's power did not need daily enforcement. The adaptation of civilians had already built a quiet perimeter of self-regulation. People limited themselves faster than anyone else could. Power becomes most effective when it no longer needs to exert itself loudly. For those who migrated away, the cost traveled with them. They carried habits of caution into new cities. They flinched at sudden noises. They avoided attention instinctively. They explained little of their past. This carried the shadow far beyond the original geography. What remained most striking across all these lives was not despair. It was endurance under quiet strain. People still fell in love, still raised children, still worked, still built routines, not because life felt safe, but because life had to continue. Yet beneath this endurance lived a quiet grief. Grief for what had been lost. Grief for what might never arrive. Grief that had nowhere to settle because the conflict itself had not ended. This is the invisible ledger of prolonged violence. Not only the dead, not only the arrested, but the millions who carry altered rhythms of existence without ever appearing in records. The CJNG did not have to know every family it affected. It did not need to see every life it reshaped. Its influence traveled automatically through the environment it altered. For the innocent, the cost was not a single event. It was a gradual narrowing of what felt possible, a slow contraction of trust, of innocence, of assumption. When power reshapes daily behavior long enough, people stop remembering the moment it began. It simply becomes the way things are. This is when domination becomes most complete. Not because it is loud, but because it is accepted as background. By the close of this chapter, the full dimension of the cost became clear. The CJNG had not only changed the visible structure of conflict, that it had quietly touched the architecture of ordinary life, turning fear into routine, turning silence into protection, turning survival into the primary ambition. And these changes, once absorbed into a generation's nervous system, do not vanish quickly. Even when the source of pressure shifts, the echo remains. Chapter 12. Fractures from within. Power never divides cleanly. No empire, no matter how disciplined, remains perfectly unified forever. Pressure creates cracks, success creates jealousy, silence creates distance, and distance eventually creates divergence. Even within the tightly controlled structure of the cartel Jalisco New Generation, the idea of absolute unity was always an illusion. At the surface, the CJNG appeared seamless. Routes expanded. Money flowed. Leadership remained unseen. Operations adapted to pressure without visible chaos. To outsiders, it looked like a structure without seams. But seams always exist. They are simply hidden beneath layers of control. Internal fractures do not begin with rebellion. They begin with misalignment of ambition. A commander who wants more autonomy. A financier who believes his leverage protects him. A regional operator who starts to confuse territory with ownership. None of these shifts begin as open defiance. They begin as quiet calculations. For years, fear had been the dominant adhesive holding the structure. Together, fear of execution, fear of erasure, fear of isolation from the system that provided livelihood and protection. But over time, as survival becomes normalized, fear begins to lose its edge. People stop reacting emotionally. They begin testing boundaries. The CJNG system was designed to neutralize these tests early: rotations, reassignments, controlled access to information. But even the most disciplined structures cannot prevent human ambition from resurfacing in new forms. Some factions within the organization began treating their assigned territories as semi-independent kingdoms. Taxes increased. Routes were adjusted locally before being approved. Orders were delayed and reframed as logistical issues. That on paper, everything still functioned. But beneath the surface, autonomy was quietly expanding. For the Central Command, this was the most dangerous phase possible, not because rebellion had begun, but because disobedience was occurring without confrontation. This quiet drift is far harder to counter than dramatic violence. The center of gravity remained the unseen figure whose authority had shaped the organization's entire survival logic. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. For years, distance had protected him. Now distance created a new risk. Distance can mute loyalty as easily as it protects authority. When orders arrive through layers, they arrive as instructions, not as presence, not as emotion, not as personal consequence. This weakens psychological immediacy. It does not destroy obedience, but it changes its texture. Some field commanders began testing how much discretion they truly had, how long delays could last without scrutiny, how much revenue could remain local before redistribution was questioned, how many decisions could be made independently before friction appeared. Each successful test encouraged the next. This phase rarely appears in headlines, because nothing explodes, nothing collapses, nothing disappears overnight. On the outside, the cartel looks stable. On the inside, pressure reorganizes into quiet competition. Money deepens these fractures faster than ideology ever could. Where revenue concentrates, power follows. When power follows, independence grows. And once independence grows past a certain threshold, unity becomes negotiated rather than assumed. Inside the CJNG, financial autonomy became the most dangerous form of autonomy. A regional boss who no longer needed central funding could survive central disapproval. This shifted the balance of fear. Fear no longer flowed cleanly toward the center. It began to circulate sideways. For the leadership structure, this meant reintegration through violence was no longer always the preferred option. Violence attracts attention. Attention invites external compression. Internal correction now required surgical recalibration rather than blunt control. The organization responded by reasserting layers of redundancy. Parallel routes replaced singular corridors. Shared profits replaced exclusive streams. Trusted intermediaries replaced direct command. This slowed fragmentation, but it could not eliminate the underlying trend, because fragmentation does not occur as one split. It occurs as a slow divergence of interests. One group wants expansion. Another wants consolidation. One wants visibility. Another wants silence. Each belief produces different operational instincts. Over time, these instincts drift farther apart. And when instincts drift, coordination becomes negotiation rather than alignment. For the CJNG, this phase marked the beginning of internal tension beneath external dominance. The outside world still saw a unified menace. The inside world felt the early weight of competing futures. Some insiders believed the organization should continue expanding aggressively. Others believed survival now depended on minimizing visibility. Some believed leadership should become more direct. Others believed further decentralization was the only way to endure. These beliefs were not spoken as arguments. They were expressed as operational behavior. This made them difficult to confront. You cannot arrest a philosophy. You can only react to its consequences. For enforcement agencies watching from the outside, early signs of friction looked like chaos. Routes changing unexpectedly. Conflicts between groups that once cooperated smoothly. Financial flows shifting without clear reason. From the outside, this resembled weakening. From the inside, it was repositioning for internal balance. This phase is often misunderstood as the beginning of collapse. In reality, it is often the beginning of transformation under pressure. Internal fractures do not always lead to destruction. Sometimes they reconfigure a structure into a more diffuse form. Harder to dissolve, harder to confront. By the close of this stage, the CJNG had entered a dangerous new era. Not external war, not public escalation, but internal recalibration under invisible strain. This is the phase where empires either overcorrect or silently remake themselves. As internal tension deepened inside the cartel Jalisco New Generation, the fractures did not announce themselves through open conflict. They moved through subtle behavioral drift, through delayed obedience, through selective urgency, through decisions that followed personal advantage more closely than central alignment. First, these deviations looked like routine inefficiency. A shipment late because of weather. A transfer delayed because of banking issues. A meeting postponed for security concerns. Each reason made sense on its own. Together, they formed a pattern of quiet resistance. Some regional commanders had grown powerful enough to believe they were no longer fully dependent on the center. They controlled their own networks, their own sources of revenue, their own protection mechanisms. In practice, they still belonged to the CJNG. In psychology, they had begun to feel adjacent to it rather than inside it. This psychological shift is the most dangerous stage of any internal fracture, when individuals still wear the same banner, but quietly stop viewing authority as absolute. For the central leadership structure, correcting this kind of drift required extreme precision. Direct confrontation risked triggering open war inside the organization, shattering the illusion of unity, exposing internal vulnerability to rivals and the state. Doing nothing, however, allowed autonomy to harden into separation. This placed leadership inside a narrow corridor of response, too heavy-handed, and the structure might fracture violently. Too gentle, and independence might grow irreversible. The axis of this dilemma remained the same distant presence. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not need to intervene publicly. Public intervention would have revealed too much. Instead, authority was reapplied through redistribution of access. Certain figures found their permissions narrowing. Others found their channels unexpectedly expanding. Power shifted without being announced. This method created uncertainty rather than confrontation. No one knew exactly why their reach had changed, only that it had. And uncertainty, when distributed unevenly, creates quiet anxiety. Inside the organization, anxiety is often more effective than punishment. Punishment creates martyrs. Anxiety creates obedience. When people fear not knowing their status, they internalize control. Some commanders responded to this tightening. They realigned operations. increased compliance, sent symbolic gestures of loyalty back toward the center. Their autonomy receded slightly. Others reacted in the opposite way. They began accelerating consolidation within their territories, stockpiling resources, fortifying local alliances, preparing for a future in which central support might vanish. Not rebellion, but insurance. This is how fractures widen without formal declaration. Both sides begin preparing for outcomes they refuse to name. Money amplified these dynamics. Revenue that once flowed upwards smoothly now hesitated. Percentages shifted quietly. Accounting became less transparent. Financial reporting grew selective. Not enough to raise immediate alarm. Enough to weaken shared dependency. Dependency weakened. Leverage redistributed. The center still possessed reach, but it no longer possessed exclusive control over survival in every region. Where survival can be achieved independently, obedience weakens. For younger members inside these territories, loyalty began attaching more to local commanders than to the distant organization itself. They did not reject the CJNG, but they began experiencing it as a brand rather than a command. This shift transforms how future conflicts behave. At the same time, external pressure from the state and rivals did not pause for internal recalibration. That, if anything, it intensified. This created a cruel paradox. Internal division when external pressure is highest is the most dangerous timing imaginable. Structures are weakest when they must respond outward and inward simultaneously. Some regional leaders exploited this moment. They presented themselves to local communities as stabilizers, as providers, as negotiators with external forces. They did this quietly, not through speeches, through patterns of behavior that made them feel indispensable close to home. For central leadership, this created a strategic dilemma. To preserve unity. Autonomy needed to be reduced. To preserve stability. Autonomy needed to be tolerated. Both objectives conflicted. Only one could dominate at any given moment. The organization responded the way it always had under maximum uncertainty. By adding layers. More intermediaries. More distributed oversight. More blurred authority. This slowed decision-making, but it prevented singular nodes of defiance from becoming rally points for division. For those inside the structure, this growing complexity made daily operations feel heavier. Approvals took longer. Communications grew more indirect. Misunderstandings increased. This irritation is often the emotional seed of larger institutional breakdowns. But irritation alone does not cause collapse. Only when irritation aligns with ambition does true fracture occur. The CJNG was now walking that edge. Ambition was rising in multiple directions. Pressure was increasing from all sides. Silence still prevailed publicly. But inside, the organization felt less solid than before. Rival groups began sensing this shift. Not through intelligence leaks, through behavior. Routes that once moved predictably now stuttered. Protection patterns fluctuated. Retaliations arrived unevenly. These were not signs of defeat. They were signs of internal coordination feeling heavier. For the public, none of this indicated internal struggle. Fear remained consistent. Presence remained consistent. Violence did not pause long enough for anyone to read it as weakness. The facade of unity still held. This is how most major fractures behave in their early stages. They are entirely invisible to those outside the structure. Only those living inside the machinery feel the subtle grinding against itself. By the end of this phase, the CJNG had not split. It had not imploded. It had not erupted into civil conflict. But it had entered a new state. Point 1 in which unity was no longer automatic. Point 1 in which alignment required active maintenance rather than assumed obedience. This is the dangerous middle ground of power, not collapse, not cohesion, but prolonged tension between competing versions of the future. And history shows that organizations often stumble, not at the peak of chaos, but in these quieter seasons of internal uncertainty. As the quiet divergence inside the cartel Jalisco New Generation stretched into months and then into overlapping seasons, the most dangerous consequence was not rebellion. It was ambiguity. Ambiguity over who ultimately decided. Ambiguity over how far autonomy could travel. Ambiguity over whether unity still functioned as a default state or only as a negotiated outcome. In this environment, loyalty stopped feeling absolute. It became situational. loyalty to the organization, loyalty to the region, loyalty to the person who directly protected your survival. These loyalties did not always conflict, but when they did, the choice was rarely philosophical. It was practical. The illusion of total control had protected the CJNG for years. Now that illusion required constant upkeep, not through speeches, not through proclamations, but through micro-corrections applied quietly across the structure. The center of this maintenance remained the distant gravity of authority. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not reappear to personally unify the structure. Doing so would have reversed the very distance that had preserved him. Instead, cohesion was reinforced through selective scarcity. Certain regions found resources delayed. Others found them accelerated. Some operations received reinforcement. Others were left to strain. This taught a lesson without announcing it. Alignment brought oxygen. Distance brought pressure. This strategy slowed fragmentation, but it could not fully reverse the psychological shift that had already occurred. Once people experience a taste of functional independence, they never fully return to unquestioning reliance. Inside regional leadership, quiet rivalries deepened, not always expressed as hostility, often expressed as parallel ambitions. Two commanders envisioning two incompatible futures, both believing they were acting in the organization's best interest. This is how internal wars are born, not from hatred, from competing definitions of survival. Some believed the future lay in relentless expansion, more territory, more influence, more display. They saw visibility as dominance. They believed fear had to remain loud. Others believed the future lay in contraction, silence, low profile, slow endurance. They saw visibility as vulnerability. They believed fear worked best when unspoken. Both visions had evidence. Both had history to support them. Both had followers. The CJNG now functioned as a structure pulled between two gravitational directions. Point 1 pulling toward spectacle, point 1 pulling toward disappearance. For years, it had balanced both. Now the balance felt less automatic. For the state and rival organizations observing from the outside, this internal divergence created unpredictable behavior. In some regions, aggression spiked suddenly. In others, violence receded into silence. This inconsistency confused traditional profiling. It was no longer clear whether escalation signaled strength or internal competition for leverage. Internally, this unpredictability bred mistrust. Commanders began questioning not only external threats, but the intent behind certain orders. Was a directive designed to strengthen the organization or to weaken a rival faction inside it? This kind of doubt corrodes cohesion faster than any enemy operation. Yet open conflict still did not erupt. Because everyone understood what civil war would mean under this level of external pressure, it would invite full-scale collapse. Restraint remained a shared instinct, even as alignment weakened. This created a strange psychological stalemate. Everyone prepared, N01 declared. Everyone calculated, N01 confessed. The organization moved forward, but not forward together in the same imagined future at lower levels. Most members remained unaware of the internal philosophical divide. They saw only occasional changes in rhythm, shifts in orders, new faces appearing above them, old faces fading quietly. N01 explained why. They did not need to. Their world still functioned for them. Unity remained an external fact, not an internal debate. But those closest to the shifting weight of power felt the tension in every decision. They measured words carefully. They avoided committing fully to any single vision. They learned to live inside strategic uncertainty. Strategic uncertainty is one of the most exhausting environments for leadership. It requires constant judgment. Without stable rules, it forces every move to carry double meaning. It demands the ability to retreat from your own decisions at any moment. The CJNG had survived chaos. It had survived pressure. It had survived visibility. Now it was facing something quieter, the challenge of coexisting ambitions under unresolved authority. This phase did not mark collapse. It marked evolution under internal strain. Organizations rarely break at their loudest moments. They more often change identity in these quiet in-between states. By the end of this chapter, the fractures inside the CJNG had not produced a civil war. They had produced something more subtle, a permanent layer of internal negotiation layered beneath outward dominance. Unity still existed, but it now required maintenance rather than assumption. This changed the nature of power inside the organization forever. Power was no longer only vertical, it was increasingly lateral, negotiated rather than commanded, balanced rather than dictated. For the outside world, the CJNG still appeared as a singular force. For those inside, it had become a system of competing futures moving under one name. And when power begins imagining multiple futures at once, the present becomes fragile, not because it is weak, but because it is no longer singular in purpose. Chapter 13: The myth grows larger. How fear becomes a brand segment. 1. There comes a point in the life of every powerful organization when its reputation begins to move faster than its reality, when stories outrun facts, when whispers travel further than operations, when fear no longer waits for confirmation. For the cartel Jalisco New Generation, this moment arrived quietly, not with one dramatic act, but with accumulation. At first, fear had been local, attached to names, attached to roads, attached to specific commanders and territories. But over time, the fear began to detach from geography. It became portable. People began to fear the name itself, even in places where the organization had no direct presence. This is how power transforms into myth. Myth does not require accuracy. It requires consistency of impression. And the impression surrounding the CJNG had become simple and terrifying. Unstoppable. Every story reinforced it. Every rumor refined it. Every act of violence, whether directly connected or not, fed into the same silhouette. In some regions, the name of the cartel alone was enough to clear a room. No proof needed, no verification. Just a word passed along softly. People reacted as if the presence already existed. This transformation altered the nature of control. Force no longer needed to arrive physically. Its reputation arrived first. Fear preceded vehicles. Fear preceded orders. Fear preceded proof. For the organization, this shift carried both advantage and danger. Advantage, because less effort was required to intimidate. Danger, because myth attracts fixation. Fixation draws attention, and attention invites pressure. Inside the ranks, younger members began entering the structure already shaped by the legend. They did not join a cartel. They joined a story of power. This changed their psychology. They expected dominance. They expected inevitability. They expected survival to be guaranteed by identity rather than discipline. These expectations are dangerous because myths promise certainty, but reality always demands work. At the heart of this mythic transformation stood the same unseen figure, Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. His absence from public view only strengthened the legend surrounding him. What cannot be seen easily becomes whatever fear needs it to be. Different stories painted him differently. Some imagined a calculating strategist. Some imagined a ruthless executioner. Some imagined a ghost moving freely across hidden corridors. All of them kept the myth alive. The human mind fills absence with projection, and projection multiplies power faster than any convoy ever could. For rivals, this myth created hesitation. Even where the CJNG's actual presence was limited, the fear of retaliation felt unlimited. Small groups withdrew without ever being directly confronted. Deals were abandoned based on rumor alone. Territories shifted hands without a shot being fired. For local authorities, the myth complicated enforcement. People hesitated to cooperate not because a threat was confirmed, but because a possibility felt real. Witnesses vanished. Testimony grew vague. Silence spread faster than intelligence. The name itself began functioning as a weapon detached from action, a tool of control that required no deployment. For civilians, living beneath this myth became disorienting. They could not tell where the danger truly was. Only that the danger felt omnipresent. A road felt unsafe even if no incident had occurred there in years. A business felt compromised simply by being near a rumored route. Fear no longer mapped cleanly onto reality. It floated. Floating fear is the most exhausting kind because it cannot be avoided with certainty. It does not allow for calculation. It saturates decision-making until every choice feels compromised. Inside the organization, the myth also began shaping behavior in subtle ways. some members leaned into it. They amplified intimidation even when it was unnecessary. They operated as if the legend itself would protect them from consequence. This created a dangerous feedback loop. Legend encouraged bold behavior. Bold behavior generated more headlines. More headlines strengthened the legend. Others inside the CJNG recognized the risk. They understood that mythology invites obsession from both the public and the state. Obsession sharpens pursuit. They feared the story was getting louder than the structure itself. And loud stories are harder to sustain than quiet systems. This internal disagreement did not emerge as debate.it. Emerged as operational style. Some units grew increasingly theatrical. Others became even more silent. Both claimed to serve the same goal: dominance. The public, watching from the outside, did not observe this nuance. They saw only one thing: expansion of fear. Media coverage accelerated the transformation. Images froze certain events in time. Clips repeated across platforms. Narratives simplified. Complex realities flattened into dramatic symbols. The CJNG became an icon rather than an organization. Once power becomes iconic, it starts obeying the rules of storytelling rather than the rules of logistics. Iconic power must escalate to remain frightening, because stories require escalation to remain interesting. This pressure never sleeps. For the CJNG, becoming a global story created expectations even among followers. Young recruits wanted to be part of the legend. Older commanders felt compelled to protect the legend. Both pressures pulled toward visibility, even when visibility contradicted survival instinct. This is one of the most dangerous transitions for any secret of power, when remaining feared becomes more important than remaining functional. Some operations now felt designed not only for strategic benefit, but for narrative impact. To reinforce perception. To maintain the image of inevitability. Perception began shaping behavior as much as strategy did. Inside intelligence communities, this created analytical distortion. Separating real operational capability from symbolic dominance became more difficult. Every signal risked being interpreted through the lens of the myth. Overestimation became as dangerous as underestimation. For civilians, the myth erased distance. That a crime hundreds of miles away felt local. That a rumor in another state shaped behavior at home. Boundaries between safe and unsafe blurred completely. By the end of this phase, the CJNG no longer needed to enter a region to influence it. Its name alone preceded it. This is how criminal power evolves into something more abstract, no longer limited by territory, no longer dependent on constant enforcement. Operating now through psychological saturation. The myth had grown larger than any single commander, larger than any single operation, larger than even the man at the center. And once a myth reaches that size, it no longer belongs fully to the organization that created it. It begins to live on its own. As the myth surrounding the cartel Jalisco New Generation expanded beyond the boundaries of specific territories, something subtle began to happen. Reality started serving reputation instead of the other way around. In earlier years, fear had followed action. That a convoy passed. That a clash occurred. Control shifted. Now action increasingly followed fear. That a rumor created withdrawals. That a name caused retreat. That a whisper triggered decisions that once required force. The order of power had reversed. For communities, this reversal altered the meaning of threat. People no longer waited for confirmation. They responded to anticipation. Anticipation is heavier than danger, because danger ends. Anticipation does not. In some towns, the presence of a single unknown vehicle was enough to disrupt an entire day. Shops closed early. Movement slowed. Conversations stopped mid-sentence. N01 knew if the CJNG was actually there. N01 was willing to test the possibility. This is how power becomes atmospheric. It no longer needs a body. It fills the air. Rivals who once relied on clear intelligence began acting on instinct instead. Deals were canceled at the hint of possible CJNG involvement. Routes were abandoned based on unverified claims. Territories changed hands not through battles, but through preemptive surrender. For the organization, this atmospheric power created a dangerous imbalance. The myth delivered outcomes without cost, but it also created pressure to continuously perform at the level of the legend, and legends demand escalation. You cannot quietly maintain a myth of unstoppable dominance that a myth requires visible reaffirmation. IT demands new examples, new demonstrations, new stories to replace the old ones before they fade. Inside the CJNG, this created internal friction between two survival logics. Point one logic said, stay silent, preserve structure. The other said, remain visible, preserve fear. Both could not dominate indefinitely without undermining the other. Older commanders tended to favor silence. They had built power through patience. They understood how easily visibility converts into vulnerability. Younger figures, rising under the shadow of the legend, often favored display. They believed reputation itself would shield them. They had entered the organization through the myth that IT shaped how they understood risk. This generational disconnect quietly altered decision-making patterns. Some operations became calibrated for symbolic weight rather than strategic necessity. The message mattered as much as the material outcome. In some cases, more. For analysts watching from the outside, this introduced dangerous ambiguity. Which actions were strategic? Which were performative? Which were both? When symbolism and logistics merge, prediction becomes unstable. The man at the center of the myth remained unseen. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes did not step into the spotlight constructed around him. This absence reinforced the legend even further. The less people saw him, the more they imagined him. Some imagined a calculating strategist directing events like a chessboard. Others imagined a ruthless figure governing through terror alone. Both images fed the same fear, and fear does not require consistency of detail, only consistency of conclusion. For the public, the myth blurred personal accountability. Violence was no longer traced to individuals. It was traced to the name itself. The CJNG became a symbol to which every act could be attached, even acts it did not directly commit. In this atmosphere, verification became unnecessary. Attribution became automatic. The name absorbed everything. This expanded the myth faster than reality ever could. For the state, this created a strategic dilemma. Fighting a myth is different from fighting an organization. Myths do not appear on radar. They do not occupy coordinates. They cannot be arrested. They live in perception. Operations against the CJNG now carried a second burden, not only dismantling cells, but trying to contain the narrative. Yet narratives move faster than operations, and they require far less evidence to spread. Inside affected communities, people no longer distinguished clearly between threat levels. A low-level rumor felt as heavy as a confirmed operation. People learned to react as if every shadow were real. This constant hypervigilance became exhausting. Hypervigilance reshapes the nervous system. It raises stress without visible incident. It creates fatigue without closure. It makes rest feel unsafe. In this state, even periods of calm were not experienced as peace. They were experienced as pause before disturbance, which meant disturbance was always expected. The myth thus did something more enduring than any single violent act. It colonized expectation itself. People no longer expected safety. They expected interruption. They expected disruption. They expected loss to return eventually, even if absent today. For the CJNG's internal structure, this colonization of expectation reduced operational effort. Fear did half the work automatically, but it increased symbolic weight. Every mistake now carried amplified consequence. When a legend stumbles, observers notice more keenly. Failures that once would have been absorbed quietly now threaten to puncture the image. And punctured legends tend to trigger overcompensation. Overcompensation, in turn, invites exposure. This created a long-term strategic hazard. The organization had achieved psychological saturation, but saturation is difficult to regulate. You cannot lower fear gently once it has flooded the environment. For the next generation of recruits and opponents alike, the CJNG no longer represented simply a cartel. It represented a narrative of inevitability. And inevitability is a dangerous concept because it invites both submission and reckless opposition. Some will bow to inevitability, others will challenge it for the sake of defying it. Both responses generate conflict. By the end of this phase, the myth had passed a critical threshold. It no longer belonged solely to the organization. The world had begun reshaping the myth on its own, through rumor, through storytelling, through silence. And once fear becomes crowdsourced, it becomes nearly impossible to control. By the time the name of the cartel Jalisco New Generation had reached full psychological saturation, something irreversible had already occurred. Fear no longer needed verification. It had become self-sustaining. In earlier years, violence created fear, then fear created silence. Now fear created anticipation. People reacted not to what had happened, but to what might happen. And anticipation requires no physical trigger. It feeds on absence. In towns where months passed without a single confirmed incident, behavior did not relax. It tightened. People moved more cautiously during calm than they once had during chaos. Because chaos was visible, calm felt deceptive. This is the final form of psychological dominance. When peace itself becomes suspicious, the myth no longer circulated only through crime or rumors. It became embedded in business decisions, migration patterns, marriage choices, school attendance, night routines. Fear had left the realm of emergency and entered the realm of planning. For shop owners, normal risk calculations vanished. Where to invest, where to expand, where to relocate. Every decision now passed through an invisible filter, not of economics, but of safety perception. For young people, identity became entangled with fear avoidance. Which streets felt neutral, which groups felt risky, which futures felt reachable. Ambition shrank inward, not into weakness, into realism shaped by environment. For families, long-term plans shortened. 5-year visions became 1-year hopes. 1 year hopes became month-to-month survival. Dreams learned to move cautiously. What made this stage especially devastating was that no single event caused it. There was no moment to point to and say, "This is when everything changed." It changed through accumulation without ceremony, which makes it harder to undo. Inside the organization, the myth responded like a living organism. It defended itself. Any challenge to the legend was met with swift reinforcement, not always through massive violence, sometimes through just enough demonstration to remind the world that the story still held. But this created its own trap. Visibility increased. Visibility sharpened focus. Focus narrowed pursuit. Pursuit intensified. This feedback loop began tightening with every cycle. The myth demanded maintenance. Maintenance demanded exposure. Exposure invited risk. The center of the myth. The unseen figure remained unseen. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes continued to exist only as an outline drawn by fear and speculation. His silence amplified the legend more than any speech ever could. Absence became identity. For some inside the organization, this was ideal. The myth protected them. It reduced resistance. It multiplied intimidation without effort. They believed the story itself was now their greatest weapon. For others, the myth felt increasingly dangerous. It drew a spotlight that could not be dimmed. It distorted strategy towards spectacle. It invited challenges from those seeking to slay a legend rather than compete with the structure. This division did not need to be spoken. It lived inside choices. In whether to escalate or withdraw. In whether to be seen or disappear. For the public, none of this tension was visible. They saw only the myth expanding. They did not see the strain inside it. Myths hide their own weaknesses by definition. Over time, the fear brand of the CJNG began to behave like a currency. Point 1 that could be spent without physical presence. A threat that did not require proximity. A shadow that moved faster than any convoy ever could. But all currencies fluctuate. They expand. They contract. They crash when belief changes. And belief is the most unstable foundation of all. The problem with becoming a symbol is that symbols invite replacement. Someone always wants to claim the crown of fear. Someone always wants to challenge the story, not for territory, for notoriety. The myth grew heavier. It became impossible to tell where perception ended and reality began. Even intelligence agencies argued over what was real and what was amplification. This confusion is itself a strategic outcome, because clarity is a form of power. And confusion dissolves in the lives of civilians. However, the confusion offered no relief. Whether threat was real or rumored did not matter. Their behavior remained constrained either way. The myth shaped decisions regardless of truth. This is how fear completes its transformation, from reaction to environment. By the end of this stage, the CJNG no longer needed to assert dominance through constant action. The story did most of the work. The world reacted before the organization moved. But this also meant the organization was now trapped inside its own legend, forced to live up to a story that could not be quietly retired, forced to perform dominance for an audience that never slept. The myth had grown larger than strategy, larger than leadership, larger than even the system that created it. And once a myth reaches that scale, it begins shaping the future in ways no single hand can fully control. Chapter 14. The Net Tightens. Pressure from every direction. Every empire reaches a moment when expansion slows. Not because ambition disappears, but because pressure begins arriving faster than opportunity. For the cartel Jalisco New Generation, that moment crept in quietly, not as collapse, not as retreat, but as compression. For years, the CJNG had survived by staying fluid, by shifting routes, by rotating commanders, by spreading financial veins across borders, by never allowing pressure to concentrate long enough for fracture. But compression works differently from pursuit. Pursuit chases, compression surrounds. Federal forces inside Mexico no longer behaved as isolated units. They moved as layered systems: military, intelligence, financial enforcement to cyber monitoring. Each one alone could be endured. Together, they began reducing the room for maneuver. Where one route closed, another opened. But now two closed at once. Where once a seizure caused a detour, now detours triggered inspections. The space of improvisation began shrinking, not vanished. Shrinking. International cooperation also shifted. IT no longer functioned only as information sharing. IT began functioning as synchronized pressure. What was frozen in one country surfaced in investigations somewhere else. What vanished from one port appeared in scrutiny at another. Distance no longer guaranteed insulation. For the CJNG, this represented the most dangerous kind of challenge. Not explosive confrontation, but converging systems of containment. The center of this tightening. Net remained the same unseen figure. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes was still not visible, still not captured, still not directly touched. But the environment around him was beginning to feel heavier. Routes required more confirmation. Intermediaries required more screening. Movements required more contingency than ever before. This is how pressure truly manifests, not in dramatic raids alone, but in logistics that begin to feel brittle. Inside the organization, daily operations grew slower, not because effort declined, but because caution multiplied. Every decision passed through more layers. Every movement required more verification. Speed once protected the system. Now speed felt dangerous. Financial channels felt this first. Transfers took longer. Conversions required more steps. Risk premiums increased. The invisible cost of continued movement began creeping upward. This did not create panic. It created friction. Friction does not shock. It drains at regional levels. Commanders began feeling boxed by patterns they could no longer fully control. Some responded by tightening discipline, others by gambling more aggressively before space shrank further. These different instincts produced uneven behavior across territories. For the outside world, this unevenness looked chaotic. For the inside world, it felt like early-stage siege. Rivals sensed this shift faster than civilians did. They felt retaliation arriving inconsistently, protection wavering in some corridors, aggression flaring in others without clear logic. Some moved to exploit these gaps. Others chose to stay dormant, waiting for clearer signs. The CJNG no longer moved as freely as before, but it still moved. And movement, even when slowed, sustains relevance. Pressure also altered recruitment. Fewer recruits arrived through swagger and legend. More arrived through desperation and necessity. The myth still existed, but the practical risks of participation were harder to ignore. For the younger recruits, the environment felt less romantic, more procedural, less about power, more about endurance. This change in entry psychology reshaped internal culture quietly. Inside leadership layers, long-term questions began emerging more frequently, not spoken as doubts, but as strategy recalibration. How long can this pace be maintained? Where can compression be redirected? Which assets are truly indispensable? Which are expendable? These are the questions empires ask only when they sense the climate changing. The CJNG had not reached its end, but the horizon ahead no longer felt limitless. The IT felt crowded. For the state, this moment marked a quiet shift in confidence. For the first time in years, enforcement no longer focused solely on disruption. IT began quietly planning for containment over time, a long game rather than a headline operation. Containment does not promise spectacle. IT promises persistence, pressure that does not retreat, pressure that becomes environment. For civilians, little of this strategic tension was visible. They still measured danger through daily routines, through rumors, through sounds outside at night. They did not see the net. They felt only the weight of the air changing. Inside the CJNG, the sensation was more precise. The space to maneuver felt narrower. The cost of error felt higher. The margin for myth-driven recklessness felt thinner. The organization had survived violence, survived exposure, survived internal fracture. Now it was confronting something slower, something quieter, something far harder to escape. The tightening of systems against it from every direction at once. This is the phase where survival stops being about growth and becomes about shape preservation under sustained compression. As compression increased around the cartel Jalisco New Generation, the nature of survival began to change. Survival no longer meant expansion. IT meant avoidance without retreat. The first transformation appeared in communication. Messages grew shorter. Fewer names were spoken. Instructions arrived layered inside neutral language. Even insiders began communicating as if every sentence might someday surface outside the organization. Speech itself became cautious. Where once orders flowed rapidly through human chains, they now paused inside filters. Intermediaries questioned authenticity more often. Verification became ritual. Trust, once assumed under hierarchy, now required proof of continuity. This slowed everything, not dramatically, but persistently. Every hesitation added weight. Every delay added vulnerability. Movement followed the same pattern. Convoys once predictable now shifted erratically. Schedules dissolved. Routes rotated without warning. Even those inside the system sometimes did not know where cargo would appear next. Uncertainty became protection, but uncertainty also eroded coordination. As logistics tightened, mistakes became more expensive. A wrong turn no longer meant rerouting. IT meant exposure. IT meant confrontation with layers of surveillance that did not exist before. For the first time in years, some high-level operators began planning not just contingencies, but exit possibilities. Not immediate flight, but quiet future alternatives. Shell identities, dormant assets. Long-term disappearance options. These were not discussed openly. They were impulses that the center of the tightening pressure remained the same unseen gravity. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes. His continued invisibility now carried a different emotional weight inside the organization. Before, it symbolized invulnerability. Now, for some, it symbolized distance in a moment that felt increasingly intimate with danger. Leadership still functioned. Orders still arrived. But the emotional interpretation of those orders began to shift. Protection once felt guaranteed. Now it felt conditional. Not because loyalty vanished, because the environment had grown heavier. Financial systems felt the compression next, not collapse. Constraint. Assets took longer to move. Liquid capital pooled more cautiously. Conversions across borders demanded greater concealment. Money no longer flowed freely. IT waited. Waiting is dangerous in high-pressure systems. Because pressure always seeks release, some regional leaders began withholding movement until clarity returned. Others accelerated to outrun constriction. Both instincts carried risk. Both revealed the same truth. Compression does not create one unified response. IT splinters timing. Externally, enforcement agencies adjusted strategy again. They stopped seeking immediate disruption of everything at once. Instead, they applied graduated containment, small seizures, incremental arrests, financial slowdowns, persistent presence. This kind of pressure is psychologically different. IT does not shock. IT wears down patience. For the organization, patience had always been a weapon. Now patience was being demanded by the environment. This reversed the psychological leverage. The CJNG had learned how to wait. Now the world was forcing it to. Rival groups sensed this dragged-out tension and behaved cautiously. Some probed boundaries slowly. Others waited for clearer signs of weakness. N01 rushed openly, because the CJNG remained potent, but potency no longer guaranteed. Freedom of movement. The myth that once preceded the organization now encountered something it could not intimidate. Systems do not fear rumors. They respond only to violation. And systems were multiplying. For the civilians living beneath this pressure, the shift was invisible in headlines, but visible in atmosphere. Checkpoints appeared more frequently. Traffic felt slower. Business rhythms tightened. Even when violence receded briefly, tension did not. Inside the CJNG, psychological fatigue emerged. Quietly. Not panic, not fear, but attrition of certainty. Certainty that routes would remain open. Certainty that orders would remain fluid. Certainty that distance would always outrun compression. This attrition reshaped leadership psychology. Instead of asking how much more territory could be held, leadership increasingly asked what absolutely had to be retained. The difference between ambition and necessity became sharper. This is the moment where empires quietly stop dreaming outward and begin turning inward. Some operations were scaled down deliberately, not abandoned, slowed until risk ratio felt tolerable again. Other operations were sacrificed entirely, written off as unsustainable under the new density of surveillance. Sacrifice is not collapsed, IT is prioritization under pressure. But prioritization reveals truth that IT reveals what truly matters when space contracts. As this phase deepened, the cartel Jalisco New Generation still existed as a dominant force, but dominance now required continuous adjustment instead of raw momentum. Momentum had carried the cartel through years of expansion. Now momentum threatened to carry it into exposure. It slowed. And slowing is one of the most dangerous skills for organizations built on speed. By the end of this stage, the net had not closed, but it had narrowed to a point where every movement felt measured against consequence in a way it never had before. Survival had become an equation, not of power, but of precision. As the tightening pressure reached deeper into the structure of the cartel Jalisco New Generation, it became clear that this phase was no longer about avoiding collapse, that IT was about managing survival under permanent observation. Surveillance no longer arrived as bursts of attention. IT became background presence. Always there, always implied, rarely silent. Operations were no longer planned around speed alone. They were planned around invisibility. Invisibility not as total disappearance, but as reduced detectability spread across many small, cautious steps. Nothing moved boldly. Everything moved quietly. Where once large movements created security through power, now small movements created safety through obscurity. This required a psychological recalibration inside the organization. Success was no longer defined by expansion. IT was defined by absence of disruption. A month without seizures became a victory. A route that remained open quietly for a season became a triumph. Silence became its own reward. At the top, the invisible center of authority remained unchanged in location, but its gravitational influence shifted in meaning. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes still issued direction through distance. Yet the emotional relationship to that distance had transformed. Before, it symbolized protection. Now, for many, it symbolized risk managed at arm's length. Some inside the organization found reassurance in this. Distance meant safety. Distance meant insulation. Others experienced it as abandonment in a time of tightening threat. They did not speak this aloud. But resentment can exist quietly without ever naming itself. This unspoken emotional division began influencing the micro-decisions of daily operations. How quickly risks were accepted, how readily loyalty was assumed, how eagerly orders were followed when they carried visible danger. Yet no open defiance emerged. Because even resentment still acknowledged the weight of consequence, and consequence remained absolute. One of the most significant changes during this phase was the decline of impulsive violence. Not because violence lost its utility, but because impulsive violence attracts attention more reliably than profit. Calculation began outweighing emotion. Care replaced fury. This did not make the organization gentle. IT made it colder. Cold violence is less visible, more deliberate, harder to anticipate, and far more difficult to attribute with certainty. For enforcement agencies, this created a new problem. The visible explosion of conflict had receded, but certainty had not increased. Operations continued, but proof grew harder to stabilize. Each quiet month could disguise preparation. Each silent corridor could be a dormant artery waiting to reopen. For civilians living under this quieter form of pressure, anxiety did not ease in many ways. It deepened because they no longer reacted to sound. They reacted to absence of sound. Silence no longer meant safety. Silence meant holding period. This reversal in perception is one of the darkest psychological side effects of prolonged pressure. When quiet feels dangerous, people can never truly rest. Inside the CJNG, rest also became elusive, not because of constant action, but because of constant anticipation. Anticipation of raids, of intelligence breakthroughs, of rivals mistaking caution for weakness, of internal fractures surfacing under stress. Stress multiplies when it is layered. External pressure, internal recalibration, myth-driven expectation, operational slowdown. All for forces now pulled simultaneously. Yet the organization still functioned, which revealed its most unsettling truth: IT had become structurally normalized with pressure. Pressure no longer disrupted it. Pressure shaped its rhythm. Rival groups watching from the edges grew uncertain again. The CJNG was not expanding rapidly, but neither was it shrinking. IT appeared suspended, compressed, waiting. This is the most dangerous posture in conflict. The moment when nothing moves overtly, but everything prepares for the state. This phase created strategic frustration. Containment worked, but containment did not produce resolution. Arrests accumulated slowly, but leadership remained unseen. Assets were frozen gradually, but finances adapted. Each success felt partial, never final. This prolonged partial success risked conditioning both sides into an equilibrium of exhaustion. The organization learned how to survive under sustained pressure. The state learned how to maintain pressure without breaking the system. Neither achieved final dominance. Both adapted to permanent struggle. For the CJNG, this meant abandoning the dream of unchecked expansion, but it did not mean surrender. IT meant transformation into a structure designed not for conquest, but for endurance under hostile conditions. Endurance requires fewer visible victories, but it demands deeper discipline. The organization's culture began shifting away from boldness, toward restraint, toward procedural loyalty, toward risk management as identity. As this phase matured, the myth that once demanded spectacle began quietly coexisting with a new operational reality. The story still roared in public, but privately, survival moved in whispers. The net did not yet close, but it pulled near enough for every movement to feel measured. Every decision felt historical. Every error felt existential. The CJNG had entered a phase no empire ever welcomes. The phase where survival outweighs dominion, where holding ground matters more than gaining it, where the future is no longer imagined as endless, but as something that must be defended one quiet day at a time. Chapter 15. The Weight of Years, when Power Becomes a Burden. There comes a stage in every long-running empire when power no longer feels like momentum. It feels like weight. For the cartel Jalisco New Generation, this weight did not arrive as sudden weakness. It arrived as accumulated gravity. Years of pressure, years of pursuit, years of silence layered over fear. Power had not disappeared, but it had become heavy to carry. In earlier phases, expansion had created energy. New routes brought excitement. New territories created purpose. New recruits arrived with expectation. Now, the atmosphere felt different. Holding ground required more effort than conquering it once had. Inside regional cells, ambition slowly gave way to calculation. Leaders no longer asked what they could take. They asked what they could safely keep. This single shift changed the psychology of command. Fear still existed. Respect still existed. But the sense of inevitability began softening into vigilance. Vigilance requires constant attention, and constant attention drains endurance. For years, the CJNG had survived through movement. Movement through geography. Movement through strategy. Movement through systems. Now, movement itself had become constrained. Not eliminated, measured. The invisible center of this long endurance remained the same distant presence. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes still lived beyond visibility, still governed from absence, still shaped the architecture of silence. But the emotional meaning of that distance had evolved again. For older members, it still symbolized strength. The idea that leadership could remain untouched for so long inspired loyalty rooted in awe. For younger members, distance felt different. They had grown up inside the myth and the compression at the same time. They did not remember an era of unchecked movement. They knew only containment and caution. For them, distance often symbolized a disconnect between risk and command. This generational split did not erupt into conflict. It surfaced as tone. Older leaders spoke with patience. Younger ones spoke with urgency. Older leaders valued survival. Younger ones sometimes still valued spectacle. These differences influenced operational choices, not openly, quietly, through which plans were prioritized, which risks were tolerated, which opportunities were left untouched. Externally, pressure from the state had not relaxed. That if anything, it had matured. That it no longer sought dramatic confrontations. That it sought attrition, long investigations, long financial tracking. Long-term surveillance, pressure that felt endless. Attrition is not violent, but it is relentless. That it erodes endurance rather than breaking structures, and it tests loyalty not through shock, but through fatigue. Inside the CJNG, fatigue became a private companion, not enough to shatter operations, enough to slow response time, enough to dull reaction, enough to make mistakes feel easier than vigilance. Mistakes under pressure carry different consequences than mistakes under expansion. During growth, a mistake is absorbed by momentum. During compression, a mistake becomes a fracture point. Some high-level figures began to withdraw quietly, not defecting, not disappearing, just stepping back from visible positions into quieter roles. Others stepped forward to fill the spaces. This slow turnover reshaped the internal face of leadership without fanfare. For civilians living beneath the organization's presence, nothing about this internal fatigue was visible. They still measured the day by safety. By rumored, by absence of sound. To them, the CJNG still felt permanent, unaging, unfading. But inside the structure, time had begun to feel longer. Not in years. In endurance cycles. How long can we hold? How long can we remain unseen? How long before pressure converts into exposure? This is the psychological landscape of prolonged power under siege. Fear no longer spikes. It settles. Anxiety no longer erupts. It hums. Financial systems under the CJNG also felt this weight. Money still moved, but it moved with greater caution. More delay, more fragmentation. Faster money moves, the more visible it becomes. Slowness became protection. Slower systems required deeper trust. Deeper trust requires fewer participants. Fewer participants increase dependency. Dependency concentrates risk. This created a paradox. To survive pressure. The organization became smaller at the top. To maintain reach. It had to remain large at the base. This imbalance placed enormous strain on the bridge between command and execution. The myth that once energized recruitment now collided with a reality of restraint. Recruits still dreamed of power, but power arrived slower. With heavier rules, with fewer displays, some adapted, others grew restless. Restlessness inside pressured systems is dangerous. It invites impulsive acts. Impulsive acts invite exposure. Leadership responded with stricter discipline, not louder, quieter, through removal, through reassignment, through silence. The same tools it had always used, but now, each action felt heavier. Each correction risked destabilizing already tired structures. By this point, the CJNG was no longer an organization climbing upward. It was an organization resisting gravity. And resisting gravity is never glamorous. It is labored. It is restraint. It is enduring one ordinary day after another without collapse. The weight of years now hung not only over routes and finances, but over the psychology of everyone inside the system. As the years stacked quietly on top of one another, the cartel Jalisco New Generation entered a phase few outside observers ever truly recognize. The phase where power no longer expands, it simply endures. Endurance is not dramatic. It does not produce headlines. It does not announce triumph. It measures itself in days that pass without collapse. Inside the organization, Daily operations became exercises in balance, not between profit and loss, but between exposure and survival. Every action carried two invisible questions. Will this keep us moving? Will this make us visible? In earlier years, visibility had been leveraged as intimidation. Now visibility felt like a liability. Presence attracted pattern recognition. Pattern recognition attracted surveillance. Surveillance invited compression. So leaders chose the slow path. Delays became acceptable. Opportunities were ignored. Not because they were unavailable, but because they were too loud to touch safely. This slow rhythm altered morale in subtle ways. Some veterans found comfort in it. They had lived long enough to value stillness over conquest. For them, quietness felt like victory. Others felt something closer to suffocation. They had entered the CJNG during the roaring ascent. They remembered the rush of open movement. They remembered the thrill of dominance. Now, restraint felt like retreat. This internal emotional divide did not need argument to exist. It lived inside posture, inside tone, inside how risks were discussed. Financial endurance also shifted its meaning. Money still flowed, but no longer as a sign of unchecked power. It flowed as life support, maintaining payoffs, maintaining loyalty, maintaining silence. Excess became dangerous. Moderation became survival. For some, this erosion of extravagance felt like loss. For others, it felt like necessary camouflage. Luxury draws attention. Attention draws questions. Questions rarely stop at the surface. Inside the CJNG, image became something to regulate rather than amplify. The myth still existed publicly, but internally, leaders worked to quiet its reflection inside daily behavior. No unnecessary display, no avoidable exposure, no indulgence that could be photographed. This quiet operational discipline did not eliminate violence. It repositioned it. Violence became rarer, more deliberate, limited to correction rather than demonstration. This shift made it harder to detect, and more terrifying when it occurred. Correction-based violence does not seek to frighten the world. It seeks to stabilize the system. It is silent, targeted, unannounced. It leaves fewer witnesses, but deeper internal fear. Leadership under this model became less about charisma and more about procedural authority. Not who spoke boldly, but who controlled access, who approved movement, who managed timing. This transformed power into administration, and administration is exhausting because it requires constant attention without the emotional release of visible triumph. Under this weight, some figures quietly disengaged, not by defecting, but by withdrawing inward, becoming cautious intermediaries, reducing personal exposure, shifting responsibility downward. These changes were not announced, they were felt. For those lower down, this inward withdrawal from above sometimes felt like abandonment. Orders became less personal, reinforcement became less predictable, distance grew, not just geographic, psychological. This distance made loyalty feel more transactional than ideological. People remained because it was still safer inside than outside. Not always because belief remained intact. Outside the organization, enforcement agencies continued applying patience. They no longer rushed for spectacular takedowns. They waited, tracked, accumulated, letting pressure do its slow sculpting. They understood now that endurance works both ways. For civilians under CJNG influence, endurance also became the defining word. They no longer marked time by seasons. They marked it by tension cycles, periods of relative calm, followed by brief surges of fear, then quiet again. This rhythm reshaped memory. People began forgetting when they had last felt truly relaxed, not during a quiet night, not during a celebration, not even during sleep, because sleep itself carried anticipation. This is the hidden cost of prolonged dominance, not just fear, but the erosion of rest. Inside the organization, rest also felt distant. The leadership never fully stood down. Security rotations never completely eased. Risk never fully faded. The machine could. Slow, but it could never stop. Some members spoke quietly of retirement, not openly, not formally. The idea of walking away remained dangerous, but the idea existed now. A thought, a hope, a fantasy. For a long time, such thoughts would have felt like betrayal. Now they felt like fatigue speaking to the invisible core. the same unseen leader remained unrevealed. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes still governed through distance, still absent, still central, but time, which hides some men, also weighs upon them. Even when invisible, the organization continued to move, but it no longer moved like a rising wave that it moved like a system preserving its remaining force. This phase did not announce decline. It announced something more complicated: maturity under siege, power that no longer celebrated its own existence, but labored quietly to maintain it. The CJNG had become an empire of posture, still dangerous, still capable, but now measured in endurance rather than expansion. And endurance, for all its strength, is the slowest form of struggle. As endurance replaced momentum, the cartel Jalisco New Generation began to experience a transformation that no expansion phase ever prepares an empire for. The slow realization that survival itself can become heavier than conquest. In its earlier years, danger had felt active, something to confront, something to outrun. Now danger felt static, something that waited, something that surrounded, something that never fully withdrew. This changed how people inside the structure imagined the future. Once, the future had felt wide, full of territory, full of possibility. Now the future felt narrower and deeper, less about how far to go, more about how long one could remain. Inside private spaces, discussions grew quieter, less about growth, more about risk tolerance, less about ambition, more about preservation. Voices lowered, eyes lingered longer before speaking. Everyone measured everyone else more carefully. When power is rising, trust flows easily. When power is sustained under pressure, trust becomes rare. The organization had reached the stage where loyalty was no longer assumed through fear alone. It had to be maintained through shared vulnerability. Everyone inside now carried pressure. Pressure to remain silent. Pressure to remain disciplined. Pressure to avoid being the weak link. Weakness no longer meant incompetence. It meant visibility. The greatest sin now was not failure. It was exposure. This redefined what it meant to be dangerous. Danger was no longer loud. Danger was now the person who attracted attention, the one who talked too much, the one who moved too freely, the one who forgot how heavy the atmosphere had become. Inside the CJNG, violence receded further from public display, not because the organization softened, but because the climate no longer allowed waste. Every act had to justify its risk. Blood could no longer be spilled just to send a message. Messages were too expensive now. This economy of violence created a different kind of fear, a quieter one. The fear that danger might come without warning, without spectacle, without explanation. For civilians beneath this altered shadow, the change was deeply unsettling. They could no longer read danger from events. They had to read it from absences, from roads that stayed empty, from markets that closed early without cause, from faces that vanished quietly. Inside families, pressure accumulated invisibly. Parents measured how much truth to share. Children sensed more than they were told. Silence became habitual, not dramatic. Habitual. For those long trapped between endurance and fear, exhaustion grew quietly. Not the exhaustion of a single disaster, but the exhaustion of never feeling fully safe. Inside leadership circles, time itself became the enemy, not the state, not rivals, but the question of how long vigilance could be sustained without fracture. Every empire that endures too long under pressure eventually confronts this truth. Human systems are not built for infinite tension. What had once been survival through motion now became survival through stillness. Stillness requires more control than movement. Movement disperses tension. Stillness concentrates it. This concentration transformed every personal decision: who to trust, where to sleep, when to move, how much to show, how much to hide. Even celebrations felt dangerous. Joy invited visibility. Visibility invited interest. Interest invited scrutiny. Joy learned restraint. Even inside homes, the myth that once thundered across the world now felt distant to those living inside its machinery. Publicly, the CJNG remained a giant. Privately, its members felt the cost of being that giant. Every giant creates a shadow, and shadows require constant maintenance. The unseen center. The same figure remained absent. Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes continued to exist as both anchor and silhouette. His absence still preserved him. But even absence cannot protect indefinitely from the weight of years. Time, unlike law enforcement, never stops searching. Time erodes memory. Time erodes reflex. Time erodes certainty. The CJNG had adapted to pressure, but adaptation itself has a limit. It depends not on strategy, but on the endurance of human nervous systems. Some inside the organization began to wonder quietly if survival had become the goal rather than purpose. When survival becomes the sole objective, meaning begins to thin. People stop asking why. They ask only how. This shift does not announce collapse. It announces a deeper existential fatigue. Be why now. The CJNG was no longer an empire in motion. It was an empire holding position against gravity, still strong, still dangerous, still feared, but carrying its own weight like a burden rather than a crown. And this is the most fragile phase of all, the phase where power still exists, but the question quietly shifts from how big can we grow to how long can this last. In the end, the story of the cartel Jalisco New Generation is not a story with a clean ending. There is no single night where everything stops, no final image where the shadow disappears forever, no moment where fear simply releases its grip and fades. Because systems like this do not end the way stories prefer. They change, they fragment, they grow quieter, or they grow louder again. But they almost never vanish all at once, somewhere beyond the reach of cameras, beyond confirmed sightings, beyond certainty itself. The name of Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes still exists as an unanswered question, not fully captured, not fully erased, suspended in the same silence that built his power. A man many fear, few have seen, and no one can completely define. For the world watching from a distance, the CJNG is a headline, a statistic, a documentary, a symbol of organized crime in a brutal century. But for those who live beneath its shadow, the cartel is not a story. It is a rhythm. A tension in the air. A calculation made before every decision. A silence that speaks louder than sound. Empires rise through force, but they endure through fear, adaptation, and memory. And memory is the hardest thing to erase, because even when routes close, even when leaders disappear, even when priorities shift, the nervous system of a generation remembers what it learned to survive. This is how real power lingers, not only in territory, not only in money, not only in weapons, but in behavior, in expectation, in the way people pause before they speak, in the way streets empty before danger ever arrives, in the way silence becomes instinct. The CJNG did not only reshape landscapes, it reshaped time, it taught people how to wait, how to endure, how to live while listening. And that is the quiet truth behind every empire built in the dark. Long after the headlines fade, long after the leaders vanish into legend, the shadow remains with those who learned how to survive inside it. If you listen tonight from somewhere in the world, where the streets feel quiet, hold on to that silence gently, because peace is never louder than feared. It is only softer. This has been True Crime Records. If this story carried you through the night, if the slow burn helped your mind grow quiet, if the shadows felt distant enough to let you rest, you can subscribe for a new story every night. Let the screen dim, let the world slow, and rest for now. The shadows will always be there. But tonight, you can sleep.